Oh, I gotta go get some apple juice. Hang on.
Too late. Oh my god.
Everybody-
Walk away.
Clap.
Clap your hands.
No.
If you too like apple juice, sound off in chat.
No.
All right.
Clap, clap,
I
clap.
hope people
Alright.
can
Clap
hear
your
us.
hands.
Can everyone hear us? Are we
Hold
good?
on, I will test.
Oh,
Did we
testing.
actually start?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we actually started. What do you take me
okay.
for?
Yeah, we're good.
Am I the kind of person that would give you a fake start?
Yes.
Yes.
Come on.
But how do you guys feel about white grape juice?
What the fuck? Why are we talking? No.
Reminds me of Sunday school.
Interesting
I
take.
just want that Welch's. Give me
I
that
think the-
sparkling grape juice.
That's the good shit.
I bought him that grape juice. Nice one. Let me move that. Are you throwing up, Austin?
What?
Are you throwing up?
Nope.
Oh. Sounded like you were
making random
throwing
noises.
up.
Nope. Just making dumb noises.
What is throwing up but a dumb noise?
That's a good point. It
I
also comes with a lot
guess.
of pain and violence.
Just expelling some demons before the show. You know how it be.
Yeah. I am sad because I ate all of the fudge rounds that Abigail gave me.
Oh no.
Yo, what up, Chaos Lemons? How
What's
you
up,
do?
Chaos Lemons. Oh, and shout out to. I need to look at my. Oh, it's gone.
What have you done?
Someone followed while we were away
Oh, word?
this past week.
Baba
But
Booey,
my
indeed.
little panel is gone. Twitch
Dude, I almost had
activity
100.
feed.
What up, Nords?
It's
Ew, I'm not a
Or
Nord.
the
Oh,
true
shit
Nords.
still
True
not
sons of Skyrim.
there. Gross.
Nords.
Well, that's.
I'm an
it's
Argonian.
Still not showing up. But what
I
up,
play as an
Nords?
Imperial Orb. I play as a Breton, actually. That's my
Yeah,
favorite.
Breton's a good
Britons
one.
are cool.
Magic resistance. Anyway.
I don't believe in
Valheim.
playing
I don't know,
humans.
you guys. Have any of you played Valheim?
Yes, I've played a lot of it.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Way too much of it. It's incredibly fun. Would not recommend.
Would not. So you would recommend.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
We love double negatives here on the Sharn stream, don't we, folks?
We don't
definitely do
hate
not
double
not.
negatives.
Yeah, we
I feel
do.
like
No!
but there is a difference
No,
between
no.
would not recommend and would recommend, because would recommend, you know what, you would recommend it, but like would not recommend, I recommend it every single time.
I love that we had this semantics lesson with Travis. It's really what
Would
the
not
people come here to see.
unrecommend
It takes me back, you know?
Does it? To what? Whatever. So today, Todd, are you
Yes,
drinking a White
Paige,
Claw?
I am drinking a White Claw. Thank you.
Oh, he says-
This,
there it
this
is.
stream is sponsored by Jessica Hughes. Thank you, Jessica Hughes, for your
Thank you,
kind
Jess.
generation donation.
You gotta give it a jingle. Jessica.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Oh, sing
Jay
it, jingle.
Hughes, my best friend.
Your best, Jesus.
Ow.
Ow.
Oh, why did it do that?
Smack
just-
Carson,
all your-
why don't you?
Yeah, all of your other.
I can have
friends,
more
you
than
just-
one best
Yeah.
friend. I don't think that you guys
I
understand.
don't know if you can with the.
I don't think
the
you understand the word
best.
best.
I, you know,
Top.
you guys are out here trying to put like limits on words. I'm a word artist. I just let things go.
They're called definitions,
Uh-huh.
son. Definitions.
There's an
I've
entire
heard it.
book full of them.
Definitions or word fascism?
Oh God, no, please. Oh God, no.
Carson sold my point for me. Checkmate. atheist.
Exactly. I was deciding which side would be funnier to take a hard stance on. I was just like, yeah.
See,
that's it.
Carson chose mine, which is why he is my best friend.
Okay. Yep. Now we're just gonna throw around words.
You guys,
Words mean-
this is the
I'm the
best
bard.
campaign.
That's what I do.
This is the best campaign I play in.
Usually words are supposed to mean something. You don't play in this campaign.
I'm not a
Tyler,
player. Oh, I should
what
leave
are
then.
best friends in
Well, in a way,
No, you're gonna fuck up the layout. Don't leave.
Oh
gonna
no,
be
don't
more
leave.
work
You're
for
too
you.
sexy.
Jesus. All right. It is 7:40. We're not starting that late. No announcements. There's an announcement ticker on all of our pausing, resting, and starting and ending screens, so just keep an eye out for that.
Ding.
Ting, ting, ting. I'm good to
Speaking
go.
of
If you
things,
guys are, you got your dice, you got your drinks, you got your water, you got snacks. Because I
Oh,
assume
shit,
people are
dice.
going to hydrate the shit out of us.
Please
I had
don't.
5 guys tonight. I
My
don't
stomach
need
hurts.
You what, Alan?
I had 5 guys tonight. I don't need snacks.
That's fair.
For once, I actually
Yo,
got
you got
dice.
that big bag of fries, the small order that feeds 7 people.
Yeah, right. I mean, it still costs like $15, but
Yeah, but it's amazing.
it's fine.
Okay,
Ooh,
chill.
Logan's out here with his hot takes on Five Guys.
Yeah, what's your
The
favorite
Cajun
burger?
fries, though. The
I love
Cajun
to spend $15 and then feel like I have hot lead in my stomach afterwards.
Yeah, that's the
the
spirit.
purchase.
That's called fast food, my guy.
Okay,
That's
but
the
like the
American
taste is
way.
still good. Okay, like you're acting like there's not like good taste going down.
Remember
on
when
it.
this was a Dungeons and Dragons stream?
No.
I know, I miss those times. I miss those
No.
days.
Me either. That's crazy.
I thought
It
this
never
was a hang out with
was.
friends stream.
Oh my god.
ASMR, you're in the room with us while we talk about dumb bullshit.
A lot of
Dungeons
you
and
have
Dragons
been in the room with us
Yeah,
while
this
we
is
talked about
pretty
dumb
normal.
bullshit.
This is the content you pay for.
Yeah, it's really taking you back, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Talking about
You're
paying,
welcome.
please subscribe if you have not already subscribed. And you don't have to pay if you've already paid with Prime membership.
Oh man.
Flashback, you're in the floor of E20. It's 2018. Things are good.
Oh my god.
You're killing me. You're
You're
killing
sprawled across the couch because you're too drunk.
me. Too drunk to move.
Me?
And then-
Never.
And then you wake up in the middle of the night to go violently vomit while your friends sleep.
This
Jesus.
sounds
I was
very
awake.
specific, Austin.
It was very specific. No,
I
the
was
second
awake.
time where you wake the second time, because the first time you had to sit out there because everybody left, and they left me in there, and it was on your birthday.
It looks like Logan's trying to summon the Piccolo move.
Special beam.
Really?
Lit.
You right now? This is what caused you to resub? Steven? That was it? That
You
was
got the
it?
lemon seal of approval, and I, for one, thank you, sir.
Special.
Let's go.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Tings. Is there an Electrum Pieces exclamation point, or is it still Tings?
I think you can do exclamation point points now. Theoretically.
That's gonna be a lie.
Try.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it just
Oh,
took
okay.
a second.
It's
took a
a little
second.
bit longer. Yeah, it's not used to it.
I was going to turn off all of the gambling and betting commands, so I figured people would be mad, so I left it.
I would be very mad. Can I give
It
my money
is-
to somebody else?
I can
Because
turn
my-
on that command if you want me to.
Yeah, please. Can
Yeah,
I
my
really
money's
want to be able to
actually-
give my little some money because he's
Here's a
turned
giveaway.
on zero.
It's
This is our
meaningless
newest
money.
giveaway.
I almost aimed at funny money.
That is some funny money.
You guys are trolls.
Can't take our election.
All right, Logan.
Because it is money.
Logan, it's time that you stop messing around. It's time to start.
I know. I'm just the worst, aren't I?
No, you're the best.
Recap. We're trying to catch a killer. All
Yeah.
right.
You're done. But first, who was the
Good
one?
recap. 10 out of 10.
The longest episode of the first 48 you've ever seen.
Dum dum.
Who did the what you call it?
The RP warm up last
RP
time.
warm
Me.
up last time. You did. Choose who
Yes.
goes next.
Hold on. How many other people are there besides me?
5 others.
You're
you
making
wanna
fun of
make
me for not
Logan
knowing
warm up
layers and you don't know
an
the number of
NPC.
people in this fucking party.
Carson.
Carson, roll a d20 for me.
A D20. All right.
Yeah, go ahead, fake best friend.
That is going to be an 8.
It's not a competition, Travis. And if it was, you wouldn't win.
So the command is now active to give Electrum pieces to people. The command is exclamation point give, and then the person's name, and then how many you're going to give. Just the number. I think. We'll see if it actually works. I doubt it will.
out.
But
Failed to give.
yeah.
What do you mean it failed to give? Why did you
Stay broke, little. Stay broke.
Oh my god.
Twitch says no handouts.
Yeah. Get a job like the rest of us.
Yikes.
My grandpappy went down to the Ting mines every day,
I survived after 6
worked his
things a
ass
day.
off in the comment section.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I'm just gonna move on.
Yeah, I did it.
Carson, you rolled an 8.
I did.
Alright.
I can't do this.
Please tell me about your grandpappy some
I
more.
can't do this. Don't tell him. So Carson,
What? How did you? What? How did Alan give my what?
I don't know, man.
You all tripped while handing the check or something.
Wait, how did he get 15 extra? You gave him 1,000, and it was like he's rich.
Travis,
enough. Give him
I just
another
think
50.
you don't understand how economics work.
No, I
Class is
don't.
liberal.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
I'm a computer science major. I don't know anything.
Verbatim, so many fucking Facebook posts I've read. You don't know how economics work.
Yo, this is a good stream. This is turned into a just chatting stream. I'm sorry, everyone.
Let's turn this into a D&D scream. Nope, quit talking.
Scream. Yep. A D&D scream. D&D.
D&D Beyond.
D&D! So Carson,
Yes.
if you will do me the honor, and I'm excited about this one, I almost changed the prompt because you are a magic user who has a school of magic, but I think it'll actually be interesting to still have you answer this question. What school of magic does Varian most identify with? Which I find interesting because you were sort of given divination magic by your mark and your bloodline and things like that, but what does he most identify with?
That's an interesting question.
Classic
I
talk
might-
show vamping.
Yes, I might. I'm almost tempted to say transmutation, and because it hasn't super come up before. I believe we mentioned it in the museum episode where we were at the gala, but basically early on in his life, Varian was born very sick, and essentially his mark was so powerful it was draining some of his life force away, and basically it took a powerful act of transmutation magic combined with kind of scientific and medical know-how to be able to allow him to survive past infancy. So I think the kind of arcane mark of that it has never quite left Varian's mind, nor of course his body. I would be half tempted to say transmutation, and I know it hasn't quite come up on stream a lot, just situationally, but one of Varian's favorite spells is Alter Self, which he used to quite raucous effect in some of our earlier encounters. Is the fan favorite, and by that I mean me, character of Ruktuk the Knoll.
Oh my god.
Classic.
Yeah. So I think Varian does pretty heavily identify with divination, and just in how he's always kind of analyzing and thinking ahead and planning his next step. But next to that, I'd have to say transmutation, because it allowed him to continue life in this world, and continues to allow him to be something else when he wants to.
Oof. Cheers.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Cheers, everyone.
I want to be a dragon.
Bro, me too.
That's going on the quotes. Hold on.
I want to be a dragon. Thank you, Richard, for that hydrate. Everybody drink a bit of water. So
I have to be honest, I swear to God, in my brain I was muted.
well, it was very
and
good.
yet I wasn't.
And I have marked that something happens on my map. We'll do the recap and get to it. So,
Cornelius, you become a dragon.
yeah, the door opens, someone runs in and casts polymorph on Cornelius.
Yeah.
So last time, our investigators, or most of them, excluding Alan, who's just here for no reason whatsoever, got out of jail. Because some of them have money.
Haha!
Haha!
Love the escapist fantasy of yet another broken justice system.
Oh my god.
They all got out of jail over the course of about 2 days. Each one was questioned by the King's Citadel, the agents, or the law enforcement agency in charge of protecting the entire kingdom of Breland, protecting the king, and anything regarding national security. So, sort of FBI level law enforcement. After being cut loose after some questioning about their investigations, what they've been doing, who they've been chasing, and what has happened, they were offered a deal through Cornelius, because he was the last one to make his break, and essentially offering them to work with the King's Citadel as sort of an extra hand, allowing them to function in full capacity of the law, with the resources that they provide, which pretty nice. Otherwise, they might just butt heads in the future if the crimes do not stop. They regrouped out at Donovan's nice little town home in the University District. They had some nice brunch that afternoon. They met his daughter with a very tension-filled interaction.
There was no tension. It was funny.
Between you and her. For everyone else, they were like, oh god.
Oh no, I wasn't tense about it. That's the thing. That's about being a dad. You can just do like really weird shit, and it's only embarrassing for them, not for you.
Jesus. So, they came up with a plan, and that plan was that Varian, Oleg, Spike, you three were going to, first, you had to go scry to try and find Wendelin, or get a bead on her location, and they're going to go try and find her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that still correct? A week later?
Yes.
I hadn't thought about it at all, so yes.
On it,
Yeah, you're giving us a lot of credit
we'll
thinking that
do
we
it.
actually thought about this in the
Sometimes
downtime.
you do. Sometimes you do.
Nah.
And the other two, Cornelius, Donovan, you were going to go interrogate a dead body, and then go to a bar at the opposite side of town and do some investigating. Is that still the plan?
Yep.
Perfect.
Logan, I meant to ask you this. Do you remember that motif that you whistled at me
Yes.
last session?
Yep.
Cool. Austin couldn't remember.
Oh, yeah.
But at
Yeah,
some
you're
point,
fine.
I want to commit it to memory.
So, after you have eaten and spoken to one another, it's about 1:30-ish in the afternoon. And for context and time and things, is the equivalent of a Saturday, which I believe is the day of the week. It's called SAR, S-A-R. And by the time you all leave, about 1:30, 2 o'clock, as you all leave, Donovan, your door closes, and you hear another door creak open from across the street. And you see your neighbor, Sylvia Cromwell, the kind of tall, hunched, frizzy-haired woman who reads sand, yells out of her front door, says, "Having a little get-together? How are you doing today, everybody?
We're doing just great. Thanks for asking.
Want to come
Has
over
Sam
for
tell
some
you anything
coffee?
interesting lately?
Come over and find out."
I'm much too busy for that.
Oh, come on. None of you wants your fortune told?
I will
I
turn.
got a lot of things in my future, but none of it's sand related.
Who is this lady?
Yeah, she reads sand or something. She makes good cookies, but don't
good
worry
cookies.
about it.
Yeah, I'll go over.
That's something.
You know, I keep on
I guess
having-
we're engaging with this. Let's go.
I keep on having these brick cookies from Varian. I don't. I would like to spice it up a little bit.
She's a nice
I hate
lady.
sand.
She's just a little, a couple of spell
dozens
slots
of
short of a
bakeries
full
in
wizard, if
Sharn.
you know what I mean.
What was that? Sorry.
There are dozens of bakeries in Sharn. You don't have to rely on my mother for all
Well,
your baked goods.
It's. I can't refuse her. I don't. She's so nice,
Of
and
course not. She's
and-
the nicest woman in the world.
also, it's very nice ammo. So I eat some and then I use some. It's such a good. I don't know.
It's a nice little economy.
Now, how good are the cookies we're talking about now?
I mean, how are you gonna know? You don't even.
Well, I was asking if Donovan ever had tried any.
They're good. They're pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good, or are they like real good, or like?
I guess if I have to put like on
The
a
question, the thing that I'm
Yeah,
trying to see
how
is,
important is this to you?
I want to see if I can taste the cookie. That's all I want.
I can
Okay,
hear
okay,
you
okay.
yelling about baked goods. I don't have any cookies at the moment, but I have a few
Oh.
scones right now.
Oh.
I have a goat cheese and basil scone.
Oh.
It's pretty tasty.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
sounds pretty
man.
good. Honestly, I'm hooked. You put
I don't
goat
know
cheese in
how
something, I'm
goat
about
cheese is
it.
gonna mess up my insides. I don't know if I'm lactose intolerant or not, but we'll figure it out.
I don't.
Cornelius,
I think you're just food intolerant, if I'm being
Cornelius
honest.
yells the word scones and like pulls.
I
like,
really
a-
don't know what's happening
a
down there.
hardened old scone out of his
Oh,
jacket.
no.
Just goes, oh god. Yeah, I have old scones in my inventory. That's just there.
Why? From
I
when?
don't know. I don't remember.
Let's go see what she has to
That's
say.
a
She's
weapon
nice
at this
lady.
point.
So
So
good.
she provides you with all varieties of scones. There's blueberry. There's some strawberry cheesecake scones that she's made. There's the goat cheese and basil and garlic scones. All varieties. However, before she gives any, she says, "Oh, the sands are a bit restless this day. So if you wouldn't mind, I would love to read one of your fortunes before you dig in." And you stepped, like, she would invite you in and everything. It's, like, Donovan's space, it's fairly open, it's nice. Hers is very cramped feeling, even though it's, like, the same size. There's bookshelves, there's all varieties of terrariums and fish tanks built into the walls. Like, bookshelves that seem to be barely holding the books that are on them. It's very tight, and she's tall, kind of, like, hunched down. But you see that there is like a small coffee table where there is a sort of like a pitcher of sand sitting.
I got a jar of dirt.
What is this sin reading thing, and how do you do it? It's like how are you able to read fortunes or whatever?
Yeah.
You know, tarot
Do I-
cards?
Yes,
It's like
I know
that.
of them.
It's like that. The patterns the sands make, the way that they lay, the way the light shines on them, the piles that they make, the crests and curves, it tells your future.
Do I know sand reading to be a legitimate method of divination?
Make an arcana check.
Okay.
And I feel like I would probably notice like Varian being skeptical, and I'm looking to him like, please tell me if this is real or not. She's been doing this shit for years, and I need to know if there's any validity to this.
Arcana 23.
In your practices and research, you've heard of this. It is an ancient practice that's not really used, like probably like ancient like demon waste, like way out west where it's nothing but plains and deserts and desolate areas. It sort of became common, but it's more or less equivalent to like people who like read bones and things like that. Like it's just an old practice that no one really does anymore.
But it doesn't immediately come off as like this is fraudulent to me.
She seems crazy, but it seems like
Okay.
the sand stuff is she's either very convinced that she can do it, or like, yeah, no, it makes sense, like she can.
I just give Donovan a look like maybe.
And I just think to myself, that's about what I expected. And I go back to listening to her.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to try it. Why not? I mean, it's always interesting to see new magic.
Are you saying that in order to taste the food, we have to get our sands read by you first?
Just one of you. You're all putting off so
Okay.
much energy, and the sands are just getting restless, eager about
Oh,
what's ever
well-
in store for you.
Okay.
Oh, just one of us. Well, I nominate Oleg. You go ahead. Let me know when you're done so I can start eating.
Well, you can just go ahead and eat, I guess.
Yeah. Can I use telekinesis to just like go ahead and grab
Yeah,
one of those
you can all
garlic
start
ones?
eating,
I'm
but
just
she's gonna pull Oleg over to like her little coffee table.
Oh.
I hand the garlic one to Spike because I feel
do
like
you-
that'd be the most flavorful one. So if that's the one he's got to try, it's got to be that one. I'll break in half, hand him half.
Well, thank you.
Do you mind if I eat while we do this? And I'm eating a scone while she's already like.
Yes.
um,
She tells you to put your hand on top of the little pitcher of sand, and and she says, "Now, think about where you're going, what you're doing, what your goals are, your actions are for the day. Now, ask about it. What are you doing next? What are you hoping to accomplish? Do you have any questions about it? Are you concerned about your journeys anywhere?"
is this an out loud thing or is this a in head thing?
Both. I mean, I would love to hear your question.
Sure. Should I murder the person who left us?
She gets you to take your hand off of the little pitcher of sand.
Wait, do I get more than one question? Is this like a one and done, or do I get more than
We'll
one?
see how the sands respond.
Oh well, I also wanted to know who the killer was. Is that a possibility? Like,
It's not really how it works. It's more about what you are doing and your actions you will take.
Yeah,
Oh.
this sand. This sand, huh?
She takes it, swirls it, and spins it around, and then just pours it onto the table. Cloud of sand up in the air. Yeah. It starts getting into like the bite of your scone that you just took, so you start grinding your teeth on some sand.
I love it every time. Great texture.
Lost sound of sound.
Lovely. Lovely.
no, now it's like Varian's mom's cookies.
I always love it.
Everyone waved at Travis's wife.
She starts to just like barely trace her finger over top of the sand. Like it's such a light touch across some of the like hills and piles of it that it's not even moving the sand. It's just she's barely grazing her finger over it. And you want to know if you should?
Well, you said it's not something that gives advice, right? Is it more of a like, what am I supposed to be doing? Like, what is the purpose, right? So am I supposed to be asking it like, is this a yes or no kind of question? Is this like a...
It tells you if the road you are taking is fraught with wolves.
Oh. Interesting. So, I guess the question is, did my friend betray us?
Starts tracing her finger.
Question.
You all are like chomping down on some scones. Don't know who your friend is. I don't see her in your path anytime soon. As far as if she betrayed you,
I didn't realize I said a she. That's interesting.
yeah, these two little, yeah, that's points at like a little hill of sand. Says, yeah. But I don't believe she betrayed you, at least not willingly or knowingly.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. That saves me a couple bullets. So what about maybe who? I don't know. How do I say? Um, should we even be following this woman for the main killer that we're looking for? You know, like, is this an even useful trail?
He leans back and says, that's a little bit harder. What is useful to you? What do you define as useful?
Well, I would like to find the killer in the next now, maybe.
That would be nice.
Feels like we've been doing this for like 2 months.
It's been
Yeah,
like
it's been
a day or two, right?
Oh,
4 days.
Oh, yeah, 4 days. The longest 4 days of your lives.
Sorry, I didn't mean to break the fourth wall.
Says I can't really see that far. The sands can only reach a little ways, so it must be a little farther than you hope.
I don't like that answer. What about we have what is Austin and what do you not? No, Jacob, Donovan, you're going and doing something else, right? Or who's doing the
Yes.
extra? Yeah. What's the
Me
thing you're
and
doing again?
Cornelius. We are going to talk
Oh.
to a dead body, or we're going to ask one of the victims some questions about what they saw before they died, and then we're going to go to a bar that Cornelius saw in his dreams.
Oh, what about this bar? What is the name of the bar again? I don't. I'll just name the.
Dragon's Eye. Pub.
Dragon's Eye.
Yeah. What about Dragon's Eye? Is that a useful place to go to? You think? Is
Well,
this-
that's up. And she turns to Donovan and Cornelius if they want me to read their sands.
Oh, okay.
Sure, what the hell?
Yeah, why not?
They're dusting back up the sands, putting it in the pitcher, and she can only do one. So she turns to either of you and says, "Whoever wants."
We're neighbors, might as well.
He gets you to put your hand on. And she says, "So, what course of action would you like advising on? Some concerns, questions?"
You know what? I think this is something that Cornelius needs to experience. I'll retreat and I'll let Cornelius go.
Oh boy.
Tired of touching that damn sand.
She blows across the top. It makes like a sound, and then she turns to you, Cornelius. All right, place your hand.
Meta Austin is going to ask better questions than me.
Bold of you to
Bold of
assume.
you to assume. She says, what road would you like directions on? What path are you concerned about? Some actions you need, some questions.
Yeah, which
Answer.
exit do I take on the I-95?
Pretty much.
This one, right now.
Well, with traveling to the Dragon's Eye, will that go well for us?
From what I could see, your path is clear. It should be fine without trouble.
What about Donovan and I are gonna be going to speak to somebody beforehand. Is that gonna go well?
Starts tracing her finger along. You see she stops at like an empty spot in the trails and piles of sand. It's trouble, but not bad trouble. You'll have some hurdles in your way, but
Don't we always?
I know Donovan, and you seem capable. You should be fine, but you might run into a little bit of problems.
I was just trying to think of a question. Hang on. There was a gentleman we met a couple of nights ago at this point. We're gonna run into him again. Today. Soon.
And you see that she's starting to strain a little bit, and it's like whenever there's an earthquake or the lightning rails coming by or someone's stepping too hard, like the sand starts to like rattle across the surface of the table, but nothing else is moving, just the sand. Says, I don't think so. I don't see any strange recurrences in here, and it starts to dance across the table until eventually it up into a cloud of sand. It immediately hits all of your noses, sticks to your lips, covers your eyes, start coughing a little bit, and you just hear over all of you guys going like, just her laughing, like just hysterically. And then the first bit of magic, actual magic, physical magic you've seen, the cloud of sand just swirls into like a tornado down into the pitcher, and it's just settled once again. It says, well, I think the sands are done for today. They got out their energy. You know how it is.
What?
I don't
What
actually
is
know
that
what.
supposed to-
Well, you know how whenever
Yeah,
you're full
I
of
think all of
nervous
us are
energy and
very
you need to just go for a run or something. Like, you just gotta get it
No,
out.
I've literally never felt that.
And also,
Oh,
I wanted to ask about my family. This is very unfortunate. Well,
We
maybe
could try
another
again
day.
tomorrow.
Yeah, sure, why not?
so
Yeah.
let me get this straight. Ask a question. The sands get a little funky, and then they kind of like blow up, and that's just like, oh yeah, nothing's wrong. That's not a bad sign or anything.
They're just tired. I mean, I guess if you want to interpret it that way. I mean, sands are all up for interpretation, but
Do I believe her?
Do I believe her?
You both can make insight checks.
Okay.
I just want to lean over to Cornelius. I'm like, she's fucking crazy, bro.
Well,
Crazy.
lost.
She talks to dirt.
Dirty 20.
I forgot to roll. Hang on. God, I'm glad this ring gives me. I'm glad this ring gives me advantage. It's too bad it doesn't fucking matter. Oh wait, it's a 16. That's not bad.
No, yeah, both of you, she's not lying. She's not misleading. Or at least, again, it's one of two ways. She's not lying or misleading, or she doesn't think she's lying or misleading. She is very convinced in what she's saying. Whatever that means, but she's confident in what she's saying.
All right.
Well,
This
then,
guy just had a long day. That was some. Y'all have a good energy about you.
do we?
A good. What does good energy mean? Like, what is?
Well, you know how some people just have bad energy? I mean, then she turns to you, Donovan, and she says, you know, Mr. Jameson down the street, he has some bad energy.
Don't I know it? He just.
Jameson.
I think he's a Gemini. You know about that.
I don't. I hate you. Like, as a person, I hate you.
I
Can
said
I-
what I said.
Shoot, Jacob, is that an option?
I'll make
So
that
what
a
I
higher ting reward. If you spend 25,000 tings, we'll have an immediate battle royale.
God.
I'm really
Xavier,
close.
are you a Gemini?
No, I'm not.
Did you
Spike.
say 25,000? Because I am also really close.
You better pay Oleg then.
No. Oleg can come get his own money.
He's trying. What do you?
All right.
So, she offers you some more scones. This time she goes to the back and she brings out, what seem to be some, like ham and cheddar scones.
Hell yeah.
She brings out, she brings out,
Fuck yeah.
just some very simple cinnamon sugar scones. There's a nice little cinnamon. Very simple, almost snickerdoodle-esque, but scone.
You bite into it, it's not cinnamon, it's sand.
It's all sand.
Always has been.
Always has been. But like she, for the rest of like you getting scones and getting coffee or whatever, she just talks about normal stuff. She mentions going to the different markets later today to do some shopping. They always have great deals on Saturdays or on SARS. Some free samples of things are always really nice. She actually sometimes she's feeling really bored. She'll go to the markets on SARS and get a bunch of free samples and then bake them all into a single scone to give it a shot and see what happens. It's never good.
That's crazy.
But that's part of the fun.
I do want to ask her what she thinks about the house killer and that whole situation.
I've heard of that nasty business. I haven't seen much formally about it, but I've heard some rumors here and there. I don't know. I've not seen anything like that in a long time. At least not someone so bold as to proclaim that kind of mentality. I mean, the houses have been around for generations. I mean, the last time there was any provocation of the houses was the War of the Mark, and that was a whole thing. So
Didn't end well.
leveled the whole damn city. So I sure hope that's not what we're in for again.
So,
Me both.
do you agree with their mindset that the Dragon Mark houses are taking advantage of the city?
Do you agree?
Well, I definitely think that there are social injustices that are brought about by a lack of equality amongst people, but blatantly murdering people that you don't agree with, I can never condone that. There are better ways for social change than rampant murder.
I would agree with that. It's hard to say that the entire entity needs to be dismantled or that everyone in it is bad. I think we all know that's not true. There are, in any kind of group, there might be one or two good seeds, even in the worst. But thank you for subscribing, Turk 12. Thank you so much.
I think there's a difference between like the Dragon marked houses and something like the Sharn Watch. Sharn Watch, you could always just quit. That's a choice you make by being a part of it. But Dragon Mark, they were born into that. Didn't really have much of a choice in the matter.
I mean, they could still quit. I've known a few people who have abandoned their family on difference of ideals.
Good.
I
But I don't think that dragon marked houses are actually bad to the society.
I guess it depends on your stance. They've brought many great innovations, but great
Well,
innovations
to be
at
honest,
cost.
to be honest with you, I used to think I didn't really think a whole lot of the Dragon marked houses until I started doing work with Varian and Oleg here.
I ran a tricks for it.
I think it helps when you put a face to the names.
That's very true. I think now I've been around for a long time at this point. The Dragonmarked houses are just kind of like the walls of your house. You don't think too much of it. They're just always there. And they help protect you, and they provide you shelter and comfort. And you know what the houses do as well. If you go to an inn, the Galandas are always there. If you need them, send a message. The Orions are always there. If you need to get somewhere fast, the Lyrandars are always there. So it's...
And the Jurasco, there's a clinic over, I forget what ward, but they patch me up for free if I ever get hurt.
good friends and right
Shut up,
places.
Travis. There are good people
Good people.
in the houses. I don't think that just killing whoever willy-nilly is the answer to any kind of social problems. But, I guess that's just my opinion. If there's one thing that I can't accept is killing whoever you want indiscriminately.
I mean,
But hey, thank you for the scones. As always, you're a delight, and I will see you tomorrow for tea, as we do every week.
But you called her crazy, and you go to this is out of character, obviously. But and then you go to
I
her
like
house
crazy
every single
people.
way. Mhm.
Just because she's crazy doesn't mean I don't think she's cool.
Fair enough.
I think she's neat,
It's neat.
and she makes good scones.
Just crazy. So she gives you some coffee to take with you, some scones to take with you, and Carson, did you want to ask or say anything?
No, it's fine.
And so you all make your leave. Thank you for that. Something happens. That was good.
That was a good something.
And also shout out. I don't think she'll mind. Shout out to Abigail for making that NPC 5 ever ago.
She already
Making
said
it
that
come
she
back.
made it.
Yeah. Shout out.
In chat, yeah. Shout
Nice.
out to
Oh.
Abigail. That's a good NPC. I'm glad she's my neighbor. She seems cool.
I'm still waiting for the day that Bradley's NPC will come up, but
Oh no.
it's a very specific one that requires very specific
are we splitting up?
circumstances. Yeah, kind of. We'll do. You'll part ways. You'll go do your things. Very, like Spike, you'll go do your scrying thing because we kind of jumped the gun a little bit. But you have to go to the church, find all that stuff, and we'll split up and do that kind of thing. But the next scene we're going to be doing is actually Alan's scene. I'm gonna throw him under the bus. But probably for my own benefit, so that way it's very evenly paced and we're fine. We'll take a quick toilet cat break. Just a
Hell
couple
yeah.
minutes.
I
We'll go to a break scene. We'll be fine. But we'll be right back in just a few minutes to keep on going. Congratulations on getting paid, Oleg.
Hey.
This is gonna have to come my way sometime.
I know, I need to make, like, an actual in-game mechanic for every time someone does that, you get, like, X amount of gold pieces or something.
No, I told you, we need a voice cue that Travis records. That's just like Oleg being very smug about being paid. Like, yes, you should have done this
thank you.
earlier.
Still shoots them.
Just a gunshot noise.
Alan,
Hey.
go and reveal your name here.
A new character?
New character.
Oh.
Which will
I
paint one of the
am-
later scenes a little bit. So, Killian, you are called into the office at Andeth Tower. Andeth Tower is the headquarters of the King's Citadel, where all of the Dark Lanterns, all of the Knights, all of the spellcasters of the Black Book, they all go to get assignments, meet with superiors, and do whatever they need to do. And you are called there by your partner / superior. She's sort of like your senior partner, Dark Lantern Myrna Usid. So you walk through the first few floors of Andeth Tower, or at least the first floor, which is fairly sterile with marble floors, whitewashed walls, very pale, sterile light, until eventually you make it to the floor where Dark Lantern Usid's office is. It's a much more comfortable floor, rugs running down it, landscape art along the walls, and of course plenty of other Dark Lanterns and agents who kind of nod and say, "Hey, how's it going, Gillian?" You grab coffee at one of the little break stations, make a little bit of small talk, talk about any recent jobs, talk about the kids, talk about the spouse, talk about the weather, all of that good workplace stuff. Until
Hey, Tony, how's your sister?
hey, how's your sister going? And at about noon, 1 o'clock, just after lunchtime, you're supposed to meet Dark Lantern Usid. You find her office. What up, Waffles? And you go on in. You know her. You're familiar. Her office is very contrary to the rest of Andeth Tower, which is very, oh no, work. Make Alan do it. So we can get to know his character immediately. You walk into Dark Lantern Usid's office. It's very warm, kind of olive green carpet, rich wood furniture and wood paneled walls, nice beautiful landscapes of Breland on the walls, wooden desk covered in whatever paperwork and things she needs to be doing, and a bay window at the back end of her office that overlooks some of the towers of Sharn. And because it's a bay window, there's like a sort of little cushioned bench seating, and she's sitting there with 2 drinks, one for her, one for you. And she calls you over to come sit down at that bench and sit with her. Alan, first, just describe your character, introduce your character for us.
Absolutely. All right.
And I want to let you guys
want
know,
to-
Alan has actually been talking to me about this character for 2 weeks. This isn't a day before situation. He has been thinking about this.
I've been prepping.
He's been
you know?
prepping.
I am excited and terrified to see what Alan does with prep time.
Mostly terrified.
A 30-foot
I
tall
have-
troll walks.
So a fish with a gill hole. All right. I want to
Gill holes aren't real.
We're not getting into that argument again. Anyway, introduce yourself.
I
I'm
just
gonna
scared the
send
shit out
a
of my
link.
cat. He did not like that.
Through the
Sorry,
Twitch
my son.
chat, which it'll probably yell at me, and then somebody's probably gonna have to allow it to happen.
Are you about to post a link? Yo, you're a VIP. You can post links.
Okay, cool.
We do not
So
own
you
the
like-
artwork that Alan just sent.
This was inspiration.
Do you have the source of such artwork that is reference art? We can get that later. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll find it later. It took me a while to.
I like
scrounged
it.
through Google. Yeah, so basically, I'm about 3'1", Kyrian, and I am an Aarakocra with the face similar to a barn owl. White feathers, and he looks, he's about 35, and he looks like a pretty experienced dude. And sometimes if you notice, like when he's walking, there's like just this very slight strange rhythm to the way he walks, like almost a limp kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know, should I say more?
Very cute. No, and what is your name again?
Kyrian Vesper Senior.
Kyrian. The original message was Killian. Let me change it. How do you spell it?
Oh, sorry, Killian. Yeah,
Can you hold on?
it is Killian.
You're doing
is
so
Killian.
well, Alan.
I was doing so well. I wrote it on all these papers in front of me and everything, and I said Kyrian.
It's been a long week, everybody. So Killian.
It just started.
Last week was a long week. So you have described yourself, you've introduced yourself. Now, the reason why you have been called up to Dark Lantern Usid's office is because you have a very special assignment. You've kind of worked your way up through the King's Citadel, being a...
And I'll sit with her by the window.
And being a veteran, you sort of started from the bottom and worked your way up, employing your skills and, you know, earning those promotions. And now, finally, you're getting a call about a very special project. You walk into her very warm office. She invites you over to come sit down and have a drink. And she's a very personable person, so that's not out of the ordinary. But if you would like, Alan, you may not like, and that's okay. If you want to do a flashback and get show a little picture of Killian's history, backstory of what memory he recalls in this event.
He has a flashback to the first time he had ever ventured into Andith Tower. And this is the first time that he walked into the lobby. He was very young, very little. And, you know, he's 3'1", so as a kid, he's a you know, a bit on the smaller side. And he, thank God for his wings, or else he wouldn't have been able to sit on that bench in the waiting lobby. And across from him, you know, like in Men in Black, how there's that one dude waiting in the lobby of the office with like a newspaper. There's that dude like chilling on the opposite side of the lobby hallway area. And here's Killian, just kind of like, you know, bored. He brought a yo-yo, but it like it was an old yo-yo, so it kind of like, you know, the string broke and stuff, so now he's just kind of like tossing it around. And then he accidentally, like, he's kind of like doing like trying to do like a one thing juggle thing. Messes up a little bit because, you know, he's a kid, he's trying his best, and it accidentally rolls towards the other dude across the way. And so there's this awkward moment where Killian's like, I don't know if I should go up and get that. And then very slowly, this old man lowers the newspaper, looks down at the broken yo-yo, and then he raises his newspaper back up and very subtly just kicks it back to him. And that's right when Killian's dad is leaving the office to go pick him up. So that's his first memory of Andeth Tower.
Oh, that's so cute. Very cute. Thank you. Making a little note here. No reason. So you're called over by Dark Lantern Usid. She hands you a drink. And just like that.
Yeah, I just glug it.
And she is a fairly lithe human woman. Like most of the Dark Lanterns, a little on the smaller side. Sort of has like dark hair, kind of fair skin. Fairly severe looking, but you know that that's just sort of part of her station. That's not her personality. She's a fairly laid back, understanding person. And so she's sitting there looking out of her window. I mean, it's mid-afternoon, so it's beautiful outside. The sun's not blinding you or anything. So I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, you've been informed about the attack in High Walls. You've known that we've been interrogating some of these investigators for the past few days, and by God, they have put me through the ringer. I thought just a few of them would get out early, but they all started getting out early, and I had to pull 2 all night. I am exhausted.
Why'd they get out early?
Well connected, had money, whatever the appropriate answer is.
They got marks, huh?
Few of them do, and they're all friends, and yeah, whatever. That's beside the point. So I'm gonna cut to the chase because I'm ready to take my lunch break and take a nap.
And you're about to leave me with some dirty work, huh?
It's not actually dirty work this time. I mentioned I tried cutting a deal with them, or at least with one of them. He was going to go speak to his friends and they'll get back to me, but it's really a deal they can't refuse, or it'd be a deal unwise to refuse. I told them that if they still wanted to pursue this case, fine, but to work with us to find the person responsible. I mean, if they worked with us, they'd have all of our resources and supplies and people, foot power. Whereas on their own, it's just them, and they have lives. But I also told them, oh yeah,
They want to work alone?
I got that vibe speaking to them.
They don't want any of the help from the King's Citadel.
I think from what I heard about the scuffle at the gate into High Walls with the Sharn Watch, I think they just don't like the Sharn Watch and law enforcement and don't trust them, which that's fair. The Sharn Watch, they are not that trustworthy.
And they're willing to go at it alone against a man that massacred a district.
Apparently, which I put a little stank on it whenever I made this offer that if they don't want our help and they can't get to the bottom of it and put a stop to it, then of course we're gonna have to get involved again. I mean, you know that we're already involved at this point. If it happens again, of course it's going to be our business to deal with it. So if they are still in our line of sight, it's just going to be worse for them. I mean, they seem pretty capable, so I imagine that they'd probably get pretty far, but I had to put a little grease on the wheels to So the special job. If they decide that they want to work with us, which I'm hoping that's the case, I want all this to be as above board on paper as possible. It'll make everyone's life so much easier. That if they decide to partner with us, they not serve as our agents, because they're sort of just freelancers, consultants. They'll have free reign to do however they wish. That you'll accompany them as not necessarily babysitter, but liaison. You're responsible. You know how our functions, so you'll be able to work with them.
Thanks, partner.
You don't sound that excited about it. What? I mean, this is a huge deal. This kind of... I mean, it's not, I guess, national security, but pretty big. And I know that there are a bunch of randos, but
And Killian starts looking at the briefing on each of the people, and hey, I know this guy.
Which one?
The Warforged?
You really?
Yeah, I heard about him way back when.
Way back. What do you mean? What? Oh, I see. Is that gonna be a problem?
No,
You just heard about him.
they seem pretty capable.
Well,
This
now
should be fun.
now I need to pose my alternative. If they prove to be a bit stubborn, which some of them seem to have a bit of a stubborn streak, and if they deny our help, how would you feel about a bit of undercover work?
What, like tailing them?
Well, they're sort of ragtag. They're private investigators, but they come from all varieties of backgrounds. You're quick and clever, and we have some tools at our disposal. You could try to come in as a new ragtag investigator who may be a victim of what's happened, or I don't know. I will have to come up with that later. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, and that was 3 days ago. But maybe some kind of undercover person who wants to help them and kind of give us an eye and ear into what's going on, in case they come short. It's a bit dirtier,
Sure.
but sure? Really sure?
If the King's Citadel demands it.
Well, I don't want to take you away from any additional responsibilities. They seem pretty keen on going at this full force. I don't want you to be away from home for too long or be in too much danger because trying to keep up with this guys.
I just thought it'd be so funny if this slowly evolved. I dress up as a fish character.
A 3-foot tall fish person.
Who pretends he's a lifeguard.
Then that would mean that one shot you weren't even a fish. It was all a ploy.
The
How funny.
lore. My God.
Little do you know, Alan planned that from the beginning. That was his
And
intention. No,
Donovan's
fuck
the
you,
one that
Alan.
realizes gill holes aren't real.
wait a second.
Yeah, that was
hate
him
you, Alan.
covering for his costume tearing.
Yeah. Oh, that's just my my gill hole. Yeah, totally. So
Fuck you, Alan.
fuck this. So I don't want that to be too much pressure on you. I mean, that's kind of a big commitment.
Well, let's see. Where was the massacre again?
High Walls. You know that
High Walls.
that refugee district.
And then they were clearly spotted having an argument with the Sharn Watch at the gates.
Correct. And then they got over the walls and
I could do something with that.
what do you have in mind?
Well, I'll just say I knew somebody at the massacre. Some family or something. Saw them having a tussle with the watch and wanted to fight the good fight with them.
Yeah, and a lot of the tragedy of this is that so many families had locked themselves in their homes during all of this. So there were a lot of people who watched it happen. Right now we're going to be sending some, foot people to do some questioning and seeing what they saw and all kinds of stuff. And a lot of, so far, what we got corroborates all of their stories, but I couldn't imagine. But that could work, yeah. Now, I told them that they have until the end of the day to let us know something. I'll be here. All they have to do is find someone and tell them and get everything squared away. But I'll let you know if there's anything different. For now, though, because you're kind of... Yeah?
In the briefing, are there pictures of each person?
Yeah, there would be, pretty detailed sketches, kind of, magically made into the briefing of each person.
For Oleg, do I see the gem on his forehead?
Make an intelligence saving throw. Shit, Alan! That was a good pull.
I remember whenever that happened, I think I was one of the only ones that saved on that saving throw.
None of you saved.
Nobody did?
Nobody did.
Nobody
Damn.
did.
That's crazy.
I rolled like a 20 or something, and I didn't save. I remember
You
correctly.
didn't. Nope.
Really? So 19 doesn't work at all.
Nothing out of the ordinary. He is just a Kundarak Scion. He does have some tentacly looking stuff in his beard, but that's it.
I do want to say that my sketch, I would have made sure that I'm mid drag of a cigarette, good side profile.
Every time they're like, sorry, your hand's in that shot. Can you put the cigarette down for a minute or two? And you're like, yeah, totally.
Yeah. And then I hold it up with telekinesis,
So it's just the cigarette and a very ethereal looking, wavering in the air.
And I'll be like, hey, this picture's wrong on this one. The reporter guy?
What do you mean? What? Wrong?
Yeah, this isn't up to code.
But he would not put that cigarette. I think he might be an addict, but I don't know. We let him have his cigarettes. But...
I did it for the fashion. Shut the fuck up.
I was like, how long was he in the photo booth?
Hours.
He never left. We could not get no.
Yeah, it wasn't a lineup. It was a photo booth. They're like, you go in there with that boa and those oversized sunglasses and don't come out.
What can I say? They just never get my picture right.
And
yeah, it's actually one of those like at the mall, you sit in the booth and do
exactly. And of course, she kind of goes through she mentions that at some point between now and the end of the day, probably sooner the better in case they come back early, to go by the Citadel Armory to get your gear. Because you're sort of going out into the field as an agent on your own without because normally you would kind of just go out, do a job, and then just immediately come back. But this might be long term, so they'll provide you with some extra stuff. So to go by the armory and get your things at your earliest convenience. And also, she mentions that, of course, discretion is key. The Madani family, they're kind of a little uptight. And so to have their son arrested and brought in. I imagine that they're not happy and might have a little bit
That
of...
son?
Huh?
That son?
That son. The one who's in college right now.
The heir.
Yes.
The Madani heir is part of this
Apparently.
ragtag.
Apparently. Yeah. Yeah, most of the other Madani people have gone on to the Warning Guild, but right now he's sort of not next in line exactly, but he's, yeah, pretty much
We
next
all
in
know
line.
it, yeah.
Once he's ready and trained and goes through all of the necessary requirements, yeah. So that's part of it. And she takes the case file from me, flips over to Oleg, and hands it back. She says, he's House Kundarak, he's dragon marked, he's, 9 yards. He has a manor over in the Mithril Tower. It's a gorgeous place. But
Nice beard.
great beard, honestly. And he does like this tentacle braiding through it. I don't know where the tentacles get. It's like calamari. It's weird. But it's beautiful. It's nice little accent colors to it. Anyway.
Does his forehead look a little bigger than... Nah. That's probably just the lighting.
Yeah, it looks normal. From what we've gathered, our intel says that he's not necessarily on good terms with the rest of the Kundarak family. I mean, he's on the records, he's part of the family, but he's not necessarily part of the banking side. He's sort of an outlier, so you might need to keep an eye on him, keep an eye on who he's interacting with. Don't know what that's about. You recognize the Warforged, that should be okay. Now, the one that I'm most worried about, even beyond these dragon marked individuals, is this goddamn journalist. I swear. Journalists, I can't hardly stomach them.
Hold on. I gotta mute.
Do we need a moment? Just, they will take every word you say and twist it around and put it into an article and make a couple coins off of it.
A lot of coins, thank you very much.
So I would just... And beyond that, beyond their low integrity and Alright, that's... Okay, I'm on the job, I can't
distinguish what's the role play and what's Logan.
I'm a writer. I can't comment on journalist stuff. She says...
She's clearly never read any of my work.
It's clearly a prejudice against journalists. But she says... The liberal media. The liberal media. Says... Beyond just their inane article writing and fluff piece bullshit that they normally do, they can't do what they do without a keen set of eyes and good ears. So if you're going in there undercover or you're trying to do anything, I mean, we'll equip you to make sure that you're as protected as possible, but you'll need to keep an eye out for him because he'll probably keep an eye out for you.
Alright, I'll keep an eye. God, he looks like a Marlboro ad.
Oh no, Marlboro is canon and fucking Sharn
is now. Yeah, he's never mind, I can't do it. But
No, go on.
He has
What
a
were you gonna
kid
say?
and he smokes that much?
yeah.
We're tieflings. We have resistance to fire damage.
I was
Shut
gonna
up.
mention that he has a daughter. She goes to Wargrave University.
You have resistance to cancer?
Yeah.
She
Proud to
seems on
say.
the up and up. They both seem on the up and up. They seem like good folk, but you never know. It's his job. But, and then lastly, flips over to Cornelius.
Oh yeah, I know his daughter's boyfriend. No.
No, that's a different character.
Chad Chaddington?
Chad Chaddington. I need to write that name down before I forget.
Hold on, I gotta quote this goddamn journalist.
This goddamn journalist. Yeah, he was probably the roughest. But this Cornelius fellow, questioned him last. He was the one that I spoke to about this. pretty
which one?
reasonable. I think he's, of course, had his brush with the law. He's sort of private investigator, so a bit closed off. But I got good vibes from him. I think that he wants kind of what's best. So I think he'll be okay. But again, he's kind of an inquiring sort, so just could be good.
I mean, one thing I'll say for all of them, very dedicated citizens.
You're right. I did a bit of digging into this Cornelius guy. I mean, and your Warforged friend acquaintance Spike. They were the most likely of all of them to get involved in this kind of thing. Private investigator, bounty hunter, that makes sense. And I did some digging, and I couldn't find a catalyst for them to be who they are as a group. There's no agency they work for. They don't report to a guild or an organization. They, especially with dragon marked individuals involved, it's all a bit odd. But hey, stranger things have happened, clearly. But
Yeah. I'll try and find some more out about that.
yeah, you can maybe see. I'm sure if you aren't undercover, they may hide you a little bit. But man, anyway, I guess most of the stuff you have or you need should be in the case file. Was there anything else you
What was
need
their agency called again?
Huh? What?
What was their agency called
Your
again?
agency? The Dark Lanterns?
No,
Their
like,
agency.
Their
is-
group?
what is our party's detective agency?
We didn't
There's
decide.
no. Well, and that's kind of part of her comment.
Options were put forth.
Yeah, is that they're-
and nobody decided.
They
on
don't really
one.
have a name. They're not a formal agency or organization, which is the weirdest
Spike and the
part.
boys.
Spike and the boys.
Spike and the boys. Xavier goes, not bad.
Yeah. We thought for branding purposes.
The
that
good
might
and
be
the bad
best.
and the ugly and the uglier and the ugliest.
Yeah,
Who's
go
the
to
ugliest? We'll never say.
That section in the white pages, you know. Oh, there you go. Spike and the boys.
Spike and the boys. There it is. Anything else before I take my lunch and nap?
Well, guess this is farewell.
You'll be called back on occasion, but we'll be in touch on what they decide. But yeah, go get your gear in case they come back early.
Oh God, I have to pay the nanny more.
Yeah, you might. We'll cover you. We'll cover it.
Okay.
And she clinks glasses, takes one last swig, and shoos you off. You go down to the Citadel Armory to get your gear. And I have to toilet cat again. If anyone else needs to, you're more than welcome to run.
Yep.
It doesn't look like people are running, but
I was waiting for you.
I'm going to run. We'll be right back in like 2 minutes for the next scene. we'll get to Jacob and Austin. So,
Yeah, you
Oh,
really
oh boy.
can't find a bad
Aarakocra,
bird picture. Yeah.
crazy.
They just
My
all look
cat
badass.
Suddenly decided
Or
that
cute.
now was the time to meow constantly. Like literally, he has been dead silent. The moment I hit the unmute button, he was like, "Scream! I must scream."
Father, I must scream into the void, for the void will not answer.
Ask not why the cat screameth for the screameth. He screameth for thee.
Austin's not dead, correct.
Correct. One moment.
So,
Let me tend to my cat.
one moment, tend to your cat. Unfortunately, I'm going to go to the two people who are going to go speak to a dead body.
PogChamp.
Hello.
Where did my 5e tools go? Whatever, I don't need it. So, the two of you make your way to the Death's Gate district of Sharn, which you were there just a couple days before investigating the crash scene of Katarine Orion, not Dragonmark. And you are returning to the Sharnwatch garrison in Death's Gate to do some magic on her body.
You said magic twice.
Said magic twice. Now this is a very important question in regards to keeping, because whenever we split the party, I need to keep a very accurate track of timing for everyone to see where everyone's at. Do you guys hire a sky coach for a couple silver or walk?
I would say we hire.
I still have a sky coach.
Well,
You're
going
not
to
with
do
us.
something else.
We're
Oh,
splitting.
that one. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
we're already
I
split
got
up.
lost. I got lost.
Yeah,
You're
you're
good.
fine.
No, I would spring for the sky coach. What I'm figuring is at least in my brain, I want to do this as quickly as possible so we can meet back up.
Perfect.
Just in case they do find Wendelin and something goes terribly wrong, which it will. We can meet up and help them and be there like 5 turns into combat or something.
There are combats that last longer than 5 turns?
Sometimes.
Haha.
We'll find out.
Let me double check. It is only a few silver, but it's ultimately negligible, but because people have been springing money on getting out of jail and whatever else,
Put it on my Sharn Inquisitive credit card.
that's not a thing.
Hey, good stories don't happen for free, boss man.
Jesus. Yeah, it's effectively a negligible amount. Basically 5 silver.
I'll give him a gold piece
Give
to
him a
get us
gold.
there super fast.
Yep. Get a little extra tip.
Hold on. I mean, I can't argue with that. I did resemble Shaggy when I was younger and skinnier, but
And now I
such
guess
things you must
resemble
give up
Flat
as you
Hour.
grow older.
Jesus. So, the two of you grab a commercial sky coach, and oddly enough, it is an
Same
egg-shaped
guy?
man with a bristly mustache, bald head, and a bowler cap, wearing a nice suit. He takes you down to the Death's Gate district. Gets your gold piece, drops you off lickety split. Normally it's about 5 minutes per area you pass through. This time it's about like 3, and so you get there in about a little over 5 minutes. You arrive in Death's Gate. The crash site, of course, has been totally cleared out.
I want to ask Cornelius real quick. Where's that bar we're going to after this?
Here, I did not pull up my notes, but Dragon's Eye is in.
It's 1 district below you.
Yeah, Tabix Landing.
Lower Tabix.
Cool.
You're in Middle
I'm gonna-
Tabix right now. It's in Lower Tabix.
Cool. I'm gonna give the cabbie like another like 3 gold pieces. Like, hey, can you wait here? We're gonna do a thing. We're gonna be right back, and we're gonna need to get there fast. So, is this worth your time? How
You
much?
You hand him the 3 gold, and he says, "Anything you want, handsome."
Hey, you stop.
Stop that.
Cut it out. No, you.
I just love the hey. Long pause.
I couldn't
Stop
think of the but no, you
No,
bowler
you.
hat wearing motherfucker, you stay here.
Yep. So,
Fuck
actually,
you, Logan.
Ken, according to Xavier, flattery will get you nowhere.
Well, that's the difference between Xavier and myself. Is flattery will get you everywhere. I don't get compliments, so when I get one, I'm
Buddy,
Give
give
it
that
to
shit up.
Validation,
Xavier is
give
just
it to
such
me.
a lovable person. He gets compliments all the time, and it's whatever. It's,
You're just like
nothing.
No.
It's an electrum piece to him. It's worthless.
Your validation means nothing.
Jesus Christ.
I've seen what makes you cheer.
Okay, we promise Xavier's not that conceited. we promise.
But if he was, we wouldn't blame
We
him.
wouldn't blame him. It's worth it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't blame him either.
Everyone go follow Xyloplays. Sub to Xyloplays. Everyone, right now.
Right now.
He's alright.
I love how I haven't had to say anything. You've done all my marketing for me. you.
That's Jacob's job.
Yeah, we managed to beat you down and build you up and then advertise you all in like a 30-second period.
What can I say? I'm the marketing guy. It's what I do. I sell product. I push the product. I'm the marketing
That
boy.
executive producer.
Are you the marketing guy?
Travis, I have many jobs. Too many to put in one single sentence.
Do you have many jobs?
So you guys arrive in Death's Gate. Your bowler hat wearing friend drops you off in the Death's Gate district. You see, of course, several Death's Gate mercenaries who wander around. Even though the Sharn Watch does have a presence here, they enforce less restrictions because of the Death's Gate Guild. They know that the Death's Gate Guild will, protect their territory and do what they need to do. So the Sharn Watch is a little bit more sparse around here.
They're the people that attacked me, right?
Yes, correct.
Oh, cool. So I'm on their shit list, so I don't trust
You're on their shit list.
shit with them. Cool.
But you're able to get dropped off because you tipped extra well and paid more. Get dropped off right outside the Sharn Watch garrison. You see its red banners dangling off the around either front door. And you've been here once before to visit Katarine's body in the morgue and the House Trasco medical examiner who works here for the Sharn Watch. Is there anything you want to do before heading inside and doing anything?
I'll turn to Cornelius. And I'll just say, I know I don't have to tell you this, but let's not give them any more information that they need. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them, and my strength is empirically innate, so it's not very far.
And as soon as Donovan says that, I'm just gonna go ahead and attach a mind link, and I'm gonna say in my head, I'm gonna be like, "Good thing we don't have to speak out loud if we need to."
That's why I like you. That's why I like you, Cornelius. So full of tricks.
Perfect. The two of you head inside. Excuse me. You enter into what is effectively a front desk reception area. You see working behind the desk is a Warforged, who is wearing sort of red mantles of the Sharn Watch, sitting behind a desk covered in all varieties of like papers and documents and filing cabinets and trays. You see that there's one or two other people sitting in here sort of waiting to be tended to. As you approach, you see that pinned to her mantle is a name tag. You see that there it is. Her name is Rohija. You see that she has a fairly lightly colored steel Warforged, very nicely polished, very good condition. It's weird speaking about a person that way, but I struggle to describe Warforged other than that way. But her eyes are bright, glowing, light, vibrant blue color, and you can clearly see that she smiles at you and greets you and says, "Hi there, welcome to the Sharn Watch Garrison. My name is Rohisia. How can I help you?"
Hi, Rohisia. It is lovely to see you today. We are currently investigating a series of murders. You might have heard about it, and I will whisper the house murders. I'm not trying to make a big deal about it. You know how it is. I think that we may have already told some people that we were coming. May not have. I don't really remember. It's been a crazy couple of days. You know, you ever had a week like that?
I understand, yes.
But my friend and I, we would like to perhaps see the coroner's report and see the body for one of the victims, if that would be possible.
It is absolutely possible. Just one moment. And you see that her
Thank you.
fingers sort of like extend out and break apart a little bit. She opens up a filing cabinet drawer and just through like thousands of files in this drawer, and eventually pulls out a little folder. And she says, "I remember you all very well. And in fact, whenever you were here the other day, you're supposed to sign off on a little bit of paperwork. It looks like you ended up leaving and not doing that. So if I can just get you, just take a few minutes." Lays out a pen for you. He says, "Just fill out this paperwork. We'll get it processed, and because it is the weekend, it won't get processed until Mole 2 days from now. So if you'll just come back then, you'll be able to see, whatever you need to see."
And I hate to be a bother, but there is a murderer on the loose. Would it be possible if we go ahead and sign this off and go ahead and do that today? I think that the entire city would be very appreciative.
Oh, well, I'm sure of that, but I'd like to keep my job, but Donovan,
I don't want to. Good.
I would say make a persuasion check for me.
Can I, as he is doing that, since I'm just kind of like silent observer right now, I would like to hit her with a dreaming visage.
Ooh, alrighty. Alright, walk me through that, Austin.
So basically the gist of it is like I'm just, basically Jedi mind tricking her right now. Like as Donovan's trying to talk her into it, I'm basically going to just like twist her mind until she sees us as people who are 100% supposed to be there.
Yes.
And just let us right through.
Doing sort of the good, like positive dream kind of.
Yeah. I'll level with you. The
magic
lowest I
about
can
it.
roll on this is a 23.
23. All right, and also, what will that affect?
Oh
give-
crap. She has to roll some kind of
I
save
think
that I
it's
forgot.
a save, and then it's charming or not. I think that's
Yeah, it's either I either choose persuasion or intimidation, and it's either charmed or frightened, depending. And I'm definitely gonna use persuasion.
Go for it. Make a roll for that, and then Todd, go ahead and roll just in case. We'll see.
And for
Okay.
her, it's an intelligence check. is what I'm
27.
Nice.
That is a 26 on persuasion.
And I'm over here getting all cocky. I rolled the d20. I'm like, oh man, I got a natural 18. What has she got? All right, we'll see. There's no way in hell. There's. She looks over at the other two people sort of sitting in this waiting room. She takes the paperwork back, takes the folder, takes out a piece of paper. She just kind of holds up a finger and says, just 1 second. And she scribbles a few notes down. Oh, help yourself to some of the candies in that dish there.
I telekinesis grab one for myself. Does the candy look good?
It's hard
Has it
candy.
been here a while?
Like, it's
Oh, yeah,
fine.
100%.
You just suck on it for 20
I can't
minutes.
smoke inside, can I?
Here, you probably can.
Okay, good.
Cool, I'm doing
in
that.
that case, I'm doing that and not eating the hard candy. If I couldn't smoke inside, it's hard
I
candy.
pocket one for later.
Yeah. She writes a little note and she puts it in with the papers. She said, so if you just want to go grab a seat, start signing, it'll only take a minute or two. And just bring it back whenever you're done.
Can I go ahead and just? Did she already bring out the paperwork?
Yes.
How many stacks are there?
It's maybe like 5 or 6 papers to sift through.
While she's doing that, could I have already just been like telekinesis pen, just like and already just like started signing?
Well, she's taken it from you. Cornelius, you are fairly insightful, and you could, communicate this with him as well. That she has taken the paperwork back from you, spread the papers out, and is sort of inserting a sheet of paper into the stack that you need to sign, sort of inconspicuously. So if taking the papers and go and start signing, that would just ruin her whole ruse. And so you can see Donovan start to do a little bit of magic to
let's not explode the paper.
Okay, yeah. And so I take the papers.
Yep. And so she hands it back to you. You go and start sitting down signing. It has spaces for all of you. It says, members of your party who will be in helping in this investigation, etc., etc. Do you want to be as forthright on these papers as possible, or
would I have seen anybody else's handwriting during like our time together?
probably not? Very little, at least.
Could I do like a mental? I'm gonna do like a mental summation of like what I think everybody writes like. So like for Oleg, it's just like very bold and like straightforward. For Varian, it's very concise handwriting,
Yes.
very like particular.
And, to be a little bit more specific,
Immaculate.
what the paperwork describes, it's not just like a one-way, like, oh, you go see the body and you're done. This is the paperwork that you were told to sign by the first investigator you had talked to, who said, like, if you go sign this paperwork, you'll be brought on as consultants and you'll get the right to do XYZ stuff. You'll sort of get a pass to investigate on behalf of the Sharn Watch. And so it's sort of an all-encompassing set of paperwork. So,
and I wasn't there when they originally got this paperwork, right?
well, they never got this paperwork. You were not originally there when they were told this, but
Okay.
and neither was Cornelius.
Nope.
So
Okay,
neither
cool.
of you. But if you both,
Nope.
well, before I assume that, would you both take the time to read through this contract, or would you find the blanks and
Absolutely.
sign?
100%.
Absolutely.
Reading the shit out of this.
So you would ascertain that this is a consult, like this is consultation paperwork. You're being brought on as a consultant until your services are no longer needed. This is not just you're being allowed in. This is a long-term like agreement.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would absolutely read it.
100%.
Yes, read the fine print. So you both read it. You kind of both understand that you'll need to sign for everyone's names who'll be involved, or you might get in trouble later on. So I guess whoever wants to do the forging, who is that going to be?
Allow me.
Are you
Please
proficient
do.
in forgery kit, tools, etc.?
No, but I think I am in like what is it? What tools is it?
It will be an intelligence check.
That's fine. Let me look at my proficiencies real quick.
And pretty much if you're not proficient in forgery tools, it's pretty much just going to be a straight intelligence.
That's fine. I'll do what I can.
Got it.
It's pretty good. 23. I rolled a nat 19.
Okay.
Nice.
Because I just think in my head, I'm like, this is what I think. I am approximating.
Yeah.
This is what everyone would sign
You try to
like.
encompass people's personalities in their signatures and things. And of course, if you start to blank for a minute, you can sort of default like, I don't know what Oleg's is, so O squiggle K squiggle.
Yeah.
But you finish signing the paperwork. It's handed over to her. She says, all right, just take a seat again. And you can tell that she's being
Coy.
She's being coy. She's trying to do her job as above board as possible, but not to make as much of a disturbance as possible. So she tells you to take a seat again. She files some paperwork. She's kind of going through the motions, and she calls you both up again. She kind of gets you to lean over the desk, and she says, all right, I know you've been to the morgue before, so you just head downstairs. Just don't touch anything. And
You got it.
if you do, make sure no one knows you touched anything. We're good? That makes sense?
Oh,
You were never
Yeah, of
here.
course.
You came here to sign your paperwork, and you were never here.
you are great at your job, and if I could give you Employee of the Month, I would.
Thank you. And Dr. Jarasco, our medical examiner, he is not here today. It's the weekend. It's his day off. So his office is locked, obviously, so you won't be able to access that. But if you want to examine the body or anything, you sure can. Just
Don't touch
careful.
anything.
Don't touch anything.
You got it. You have been a great help, and when this murderer is caught, you will be listed in the people that helped, unless you don't want to be listed in the people that helped, on which I will not.
You say that. And Cornelius, you see the light in her eyes, of her big blue radiant eyes, get a little bit brighter. And she says, how helpful have I been? And kind of just like taps the edge of the desk.
Invaluable, my dear.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Is this your kink?
23, because it was a 2. God, I love being a bard.
Oh my god.
You say that, and she hesitates for a moment, reaches down, grabs another slip of paper, writes something on it, hands it to you. And she just writes down her full name. And so, like her name tag said, I need to scroll up here with the first one. Rohija Hadley, which is a very uncommon name for a warforged at the very least. And she says, well, we'll just say you owe me. How about that?
We'll say that. And I hand her like my business card or whatever.
Yup.
And if Cornelius wants to hand her his business card if he has one, he can do as well.
I'm alright.
LOL. So you go down, and to expedite it, you find the lift. You go down a few floors. You make it to the morgue. All of the magically maintained fridges of corpses that have, been
Unlike the
found.
lift down, I want to turn to Cornelius and go, that went way better than a lot of things that have happened to us recently.
Oh my god, yes. That is like the smoothest that literally anything that I have done since I met literally any of y'all has gone. Like, period.
And
We make a good team.
We do make a good team. Sometimes you just gotta let the guys do their thing.
Sig boys.
do. And yes, Cornelius, from most of that, it was subtle, but you kind of had that that lead in your stomach feeling of like, oh man, this might be it. This could go very badly. And then it went well, and you just feel so elated. And then you flash back to what Miss Cromwell said about how you would experience some trouble along the way. It's just a hurdle, nothing bad, just a hurdle. And you're filled with some relief. You're like, okay,
Was that the hurdle?
all right.
Sounds like that might have been the hurdle.
Ah,
And
yeah, easy
you know,
peasy. I've seen worse hurdles.
I
So
think you're good.
you make it down to the morgue, magically kept fridges for all the corpses that have been returned to the Deathgate Guild, or the Deathgate Sharn Watch Garrison, along with Katrine Orion's tagged fridge. You also, of course, for our players, you see a freezer drawer devoted to the Langhorn child, the Langhorn kid. This is where she was dropped off.
Nice.
Along with about a half a dozen other bodies that have been found and investigated. And connected to the morgue, this sort of operating room style chamber, is the locked door to what you assume to be the medical examiner's office, Dr. Jarasco. There's a window into his office. It's dark. It's the weekend. He's not there. But you close the door behind you. You lock the door to the operating room. And you have the place at your disposal for whatever you would like to do.
First thing.
Cornelius, you do your thing. I think I'm gonna go poke around in that guy's office.
That sounds like a good idea. And I am going to now, since it's been a couple of days, poor buddy, I'm going to pop Squinch back out of wherever he has been hanging out since I dismissed him.
Pull down your pants and drop a hot squinch on the floor.
So, I will say it would have been...
Travis didn't like that.
Of course, it would have been possible to have him in Andith Tower, but of course, if he would...
I dismissed him when
you
they
just
came
dismissed
for
him,
us.
period?
I said, yeah, that was because it was like the first time I'd ever just straight up sent him away. Like, dismissed him completely. As per the spell, not like completely. Like, I can just... But...
Hey, Austin.
Yeah.
You mind if I have some fun with it?
Oh, god damn it. Sure.
Squinch has been dismissed for about 2 or 3 days.
Poor buddy.
Not really sure what's happened. You just know you could get him away, and he got away. When you summon him back, both you and Donovan see Squinch appear. However, the little tufts of fur at the top of his head have been shorn down, and so his entire head is shaved smooth in a way. Still has red skin, but he's wearing black, weird looking leather armor with a strange jagged sword at his side.
No.
And he's standing upright, and he looks at you, says, "Oh, thank God! Don't ever do that to me again!"
Look, I'm sorry. I knew I could send you away, and I didn't want you to get grabbed by the cops. Because can you imagine how fucking terrible that would be?
I mean, yeah, that's fucking terrible. But it was also fucking terrible when I went. It was just like a fucking
keep our
army.
voices
They
down.
were. Oh God!
Let's keep our voices down, all right?
Sorry.
I'm just listening. I'm just over in the corner listening. So I'm like,
He starts unstrapping the leather arm, and he's like, "This fucking I can't wear this. This sucks."
Do you still have your suit?
Yeah. Hold
where
on.
the fuck were
If
you?
not,
Did
I've
you
got
go
some spare something in the bag. Like,
And
Did you go to DomCon or something?
You watch this really horrifying image of him reaching up to the spot between his wing and back, and he just pulls out a button-down shirt and then a blazer and drops it on the floor. You don't know where it came from. He just pulled it out, and then starts putting on. It's still ratty looking
Don't
and
ask
stained and
questions.
sweaty. Says they're fucking trying to get me to wear fucking armor. That's God. This is my style, all right. This is it right here.
you're not dead. I don't know what they put you through, but yeah, I can imagine it was not great. Hey, so now that you're back in the land of not suck,
Am I?
That's
He
bold
looks
of
at
you
you,
to
Donovan. He's
assume.
like, he gets it.
Aha! Fucking
Anyway,
asshole.
I need you to do me a favor, and then I'm gonna buy you an entire bottle of whiskey. Is that cool?
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah.
I need you
Do
to
I
go
get one?
invisible. I need you to stay completely quiet. I need you to tell me if anybody comes anywhere close to this room.
Those are my normal duties, and honestly, yeah, I'm down for that. That's a good deal.
Duty.
Duty.
God damn it.
I told.
Also-
he points to you. He says, "I told you." He fucking gets it.
Hey, what can I say? I fucking get it.
All right, let's do this thing. We got work to do.
So
Let's
he
go.
goes and keeps watch, and we'll let you know if anything happens. Donovan, you're gonna go take care of the office. Cornelius, you're gonna do the thing.
Yep.
Awesome. So effectively, time is negligible at this point. You can take however much time you need, and unlock what you need to do. So after about 10 or so minutes of fidgeting with the lock, you get it open. You can go in there and sift
Cool.
through.
I was gonna cast knock, but you're good.
Oh, do you have lock? I thought you were gonna do lock picking stuff.
No, I don't have. I was just gonna
Then yeah, you unless Cornelius did it, you would have to cast lock then.
I'm doing that.
I know Cornelius is a lock picker, so you cast knock. Cornelius, you go to speak with dead.
Mm-hmm.
And so Donovan, you can sift through the files as you need to. So make an investigation check for me.
I would like to be at also like our kind secretary said. I want to be as discreet as possible, putting things exactly the way they were. With my keen mind, I see how things were. I will make them remain as such when I leave.
I will take that in consideration.
Investigation.
Yes.
I got. 27.
Awesome.
And I'm looking for anything related to the case, any notes the coroner made, and also while I'm looking around for things, anything that might relate to like the investigation, like as far as we are concerned, like any notes that he may have made to like
Yep.
do anything involving us.
I got you covered. And then Austin. It may change as questions are answered, but if you want to go ahead and start brainstorming the questions you want to ask, I assume you already have an idea.
Sort of.
Yeah. So go ahead and kind of get those
Bold of you.
concrete, or at least the first one or two concrete, and I will tell Jacob. Over the course of about 10 or 15 minutes, takes you a few minutes to find the files, then sift through the files, find the pertinent information, and analyze it. It's a lot of stuff that you had heard before about how she experienced the blunt force trauma of the crash, but then experienced a secondary blunt force trauma not from the crash. She had a massive smash to her head that was not correlated to the impact on the street or anything like it. And with a fucking 27 investigation, you also recall, and either this is a reminder or this is new information, that for Teng Fei de Lirandar, he also had a massive blunt force trauma to his head as well.
Someone whapped him.
And since you have not...
That's some blunt force trauma.
Yeah, and you have not gotten any kind of medical ME identification of Teng Fei's body, so you don't know exactly how it matches up. But that's a very vague general similarity.
And he didn't die. He was the one that we saw in the hospital. He did not. He didn't die.
He died. The one you saw in the hospital was just the driver of the Katarine Sky Coach. Teng Fei died, but you don't know where his body has been sent in the meantime. So it's a lot of information you've seen before. You've been able to deduce yourself. One of the difference is of course, as we have done out of game, a little footnote. From the medical examiner, Dr. Drasko, and he says that she has a dragon mark, and that he is going to be sending a note to the investigators. He has your name sort of shorthand doctor jotted down in his notes. Says sending a note that she was in fact dragon marked. And from what he had heard you speak about, it correlates to some of the other things you've seen. But that's a little footnote, and he said that he sent you a message. However,
we know we did not get a message.
You know no message ever reached you, and never heard about any kind of message. And again, as a reminder, strikes you as odd. Her dragon mark was very small, pretty much the size of like a small coin in real life, probably about the size of like a dime or a penny, like very small. That was quite literally like just at where her like butt and lower back is, like somewhere that she probably would not have really seen unless she was looking.
Did it say which mark it was?
So she was in Orient, so it was the Mark of Passage.
Okay. So as soon as like I read that, I'll like slam case file and like very carefully put it back because I've seen everything I need to see and it's all up here and my keen mind won't forget it. And I very quickly like the fastest thing you can do, besides running in a middle school hallway, will shuffle outside to Cornelius as he's about to
Christ.
cast the spell.
Well, that was about 10 minutes. Cornelius, do you want to wait on Donovan to cast Speak with Dead, or do you want to go ahead and do it so you can get out of there quicker?
I'm gonna wait.
Okay, so you wait.
And I do that. I shuffle out and I go. So first of all, holy fucking shit. Second of all, they found a dragon mark on her, and
So-
apparently, they tried to send us a message. And I don't know about you, but we never got a motherfucking message.
Nobody said anything about it.
So
Even
that
though I wasn't there.
that's suspicious, right?
So
And,
wait, that marks her off because everybody else in the group was a fucking dragon marked individual except for her. But if she has a dragon mark, that confirms that this is the pattern, 100%
Yes.
guaranteed. Second,
Absolutely.
the person that we met in the street before we got grabbed, and the fact that this message never made it to anybody, somebody has been actively trying to stop us.
And the only people that would know that this corner was trying to send us a message would be the Sharn Watch.
Fucking Watch.
Which, first of all, motherfucking validation. Second of all, problematic.
Let's get this over with so we can get.
Yeah, well, then we got to get out of here because the
Yeah.
fact that
Okay,
if
then
they
I need
know,
to be.
if the fact that they had something to do with this, we need to get out of here as soon as possible.
Yes, we do.
And a point of order about the message. So the crash happened, oh Jesus, 4 or 5 days ago. This
Yep.
message he had in his notes, they're very detailed. The message he had sent out like that night, super late. Well, the next morning,
So-
technically, at like 1 or 2 a.m. So it was.
So it's been a couple of days.
It's been a couple of days, but also he had found that out like fairly soon, within a day of the crash.
Okay.
And so you cast Speak with Dead.
Speak
If
with
you
Dead.
want to chat with Jacob real fast about what you want to ask, go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go toilet cat super fast, and we'll get on it and do it.
I have 2 preliminary questions that will basically shape whatever questions we have left to ask after that, depending on the answers we get. In fact, it all hinges on the first question anyway. Just to help me troubleshoot whether or not it.
What are you asking?
The first question I'm asking is, did you get a good look at whoever attacked you or what happened?
Good
Just
question.
Basic question of establish whether or not we're actually going to get the information we need.
Yeah.
Second question that comes after that, if the answer is yes, what details can you remember of your attacker?
Good.
And
Good
try to
follow up.
get, because the answer is going to be brief anyway. So
Yeah.
brief details. And those are the 2 questions that I started off with. Just
And honestly, since they're a shapeshifter, we're not gonna. It may not really matter
yeah.
what they look like, but
How
still,
you did it?
yes, because apparently the blunt force trauma is consistent between multiple occurrences.
Yeah.
Uh,
I guess third question could be, can you remember can you remember what they did to you? Like, what happened
Yeah.
when they attacked you? Or like, what happened when they attacked you is instead of asking, can you remember?
I
And
would say
then-
instead of what they did they say anything?
Yeah, I was going to go.
Because
with, like,
I
question
feel like with how these murders have been going, this son of a bitch is probably a monologuer. So they're probably gonna be like, because the houses must be struck down, or some shit. So we should definitely ask that as the last question.
We have 5, so that technically that would make 4 questions there. Can you remember
I would
it?
ask, did you get a good look?
Yep.
How did they do? I don't think we need to ask how did they do it,
Yeah.
because we already know how they did it. So I would say, did you get a good look? Did they say anything? And the third is kind of like a wild card extra question. Can you think of anything that we need to ask that way?
Yeah. Honestly, it might be good. That might be a good place to start doing it live. Because I've got nothing right now.
Yeah, that's a good
Got
idea.
nothing.
Let's do it.
That's fine. All right, so you pull out her little tray. Of course, Katarine Orion, human woman, fair skin, darker hair.
And Cornelius's eyes just go silver. Just
And I watch like expectantly, like.
All
like
right, so
the spider webbing of like silver bullshit coming out of his eyes, like going down his face and stuff.
And
First
Donovan, you're
question.
like up close. You're probably on like the opposite side of like the rolling tray from him, and you look up and you're like, oh, you see it up
Dog
close.
mean. With the cigarette, just like, this is fine.
This is fun. Question number 1.
Question number 1.
Did you get a good look at your attacker? I don't like it when you make those faces.
Don't like that.
Her eyes are closed, mouth wide open, and as you cast a spell, her eyes open. It almost looks like she's alive, just barely. It says, I did, wearing the garb of the Deathscape Guild, skull between 2 pillars. Came out of that nearby alleyway, bearing some kind of silver club.
Okay.
Oh shit. I should have written that down. The question, not the answer. I did write the answer.
I was like,
I wrote the answer
Austin!
down. I wrote the answer down. Fuck, Jacob, what was the second question?
Did he say anything?
Yeah.
Did he say anything?
Yeah, did he say anything? Or did they say anything to you?
Mhm. They is more appropriate, yes. My bad.
Not that I recall.
I think for the last question, since we didn't decide, just could you tell? Is there 5 questions or 3?
We have 5 questions.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Third
Yeah.
one. Can you tell us anything that you think might help solve, like, figure out who killed you?
Wait, could you repeat the question?
The last one before
no,
that
wait,
one.
No, what you just said.
What you...
Can you tell us anything that you think might help figure out who did this? Only Cornelius says it, not me.
yeah.
Yes. Thanks for a moment. They only had one arm. The other was a sleeve, but the sleeve was partially limp. Didn't say anything. Couldn't see their face, but that.
Was there anything strange about the way that they carried themselves or moved? Did they walk with a limp, a strange gait, anything like that?
They moved swiftly, quickly. No, nothing out of the ordinary. I believe that's one more question.
Yes, we have one more
Yeah.
question.
Austin, I guess if you want, were they were they acting alone? Or good question, a better question. Did you notice anything suspicious before the crash?
Yes. Did anything seem out of the ordinary prior to the attack?
It was all fairly normal. A meeting with Teng Fei. However, there was a security guard. I can't remember his name, but Elvin Human Half-elf? Don't remember. He needed a ride. First day on the job, he was a guard on Teng Fei's airship. He needed a ride. That he got off, it was all fine. Went to my meeting, came back, and don't remember after that.
I think that's all the questions.
That's it.
Hey. Do we know if people that can change their shape, like, I forget what the name of the actual race is in D&D.
Or
Changeling.
doppelgangers,
Do we
or
know
whatever else?
if their arm is broken? Their arm is broken. It doesn't matter if they change their shape, right?
Like they can't just mimic that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for it to... If one or both of you actually want to make an... Oh god, what would it be? Intelligence, like general intelligence, arcana, nature, or history. Any of those will suffice. Whichever you want to make.
Good thing I picked those things.
11.
I don't know what it is, but today has been just.
Can I
rolled a
inspire?
21.
Can I inspire?
I rolled a
Cornelius.
21.
Oh, wait, never mind. We're good.
I rolled a natural 18, so 21.
It's all you, buddy. You can have my luck for today.
I don't know where the luck's coming from, but I haven't rolled below like a 14 today.
So
You can have
on
it.
the
You
die.
deserve it.
And Donovan, what'd you get?
Yas, King. I got like a 12.
Well, Cornelius, you've been in Sharn a long time. You've done plenty of changelings and shapeshifters, things like that. You know that, at the very least, changelings, whenever they shapeshift, whenever they change their appearance, typically whoever they change into, literally quote from the description, has to have the same arrangement of limbs. That generally means that if someone has, or if a creature has 6 arms, a changeling can't take on that kind of illusory appearance. And you kind of would know that in literal terms of like, yeah, if some person came in with extra arms, they couldn't do that. But then you start thinking a bit more logically about it and thinking, well, if the changeling doesn't have one of their arms, then they can't change into someone who has 2 arms. It's not the same arrangement. Like, it kind of is, but it's not. So it's not an ironclad deduction, but if it is a changeling, that could make sense, but it could also be some other variety of shapeshifter that might have a similar restriction or complication.
So we can assume that if they had their arm in a sling, that means that either they had a broken limb or they are missing a limb.
Broken or missing limb, yeah. And so
And that happened like 3 days ago or less than that. So
Yeah.
like it would still be broken.
Yeah, unless they received some like crazy magical healing too, which it's possible. And so yeah, similarly, if someone had a broken arm, or if a changeling or doppelganger or whatever other kind of shapeshifter would have a broken arm, then they cannot change into something with a functioning arm.
So I will go ahead like immediately after Cornelius conveys that to me. I'm gonna cast Sending to Varian, and I'm gonna go. So our perp might have a missing or disfigured arm. Did they say which arm it was?
She did not. She did not
Okay,
specify.
that's fine.
Silver Club.
So keep a lookout for somebody missing or that has a disfigured arm. That might be our perp.
So that is the that is the perfect transition because you guys had two things you
Cool.
want to do. This group had one thing they wanted to do. So you guys head out to find Gwendolyn. Now, Varian and all of you go to one of the nearby temples. You find their font of holy water that they have, that nice little basin of sparkling water.
Toss it over to the other group real quick.
And you cast scrying. You get your vision of Gwendolyn in some kind of dark chamber speaking to someone with sort of a lighter voice. And then they whoop and disappear into darkness and reappear somewhere outside of some kind of bar, probably in the lower city somewhere. So where do you go to begin your search, or do you want to cast anything, do anything else?
Y'all peeping on Gwendolyn?
No? Yes, they are, Alan.
Maybe you should watch the stream when you're not in it.
Huh.
Alan.
Alan
We
texted
saw
me.
the name of the bar, right?
Do what?
Yeah, go on. Tell us.
I was gonna say, Alan texted me afterward, and he was like, "Yeah, I was gonna watch the stream, and then I fell asleep."
He texted all of us, Logan.
Wait,
Was it a group message?
Oh, I thought he said that
He did put he did put that in the group message.
in the nub chat, or was it the whatever,
nub.
It doesn't matter. So yeah, he sent that. What do you do to find Gwendolyn?
We saw the name of the bar, right? In the scry.
Did you?
Well, you told us we knew. I knew the street where she showed up. I recall that.
So you recognized the district or the neighborhood that she was in, but not the exact bar.
Okay. Lower Memphis. Okay. So I just come up like, okay, I have a rough estimate of where we can find her. She's in Lower Memphis.
That's like a whole district, yes.
Is Dragon's Eye in Lower Memphis?
Lower Tavix.
Okay, cool. Different place. Neat.
It's amazing
Okay.
how big a city can feel.
Travis wouldn't know.
Yeah, Travis has no idea.
Yeah.
There's the rich
got
people and then there's the poor people. I don't know what you want from me.
Oh man, Travis, you better not get
Did
any
you
high-paying
mean
job.
America?
Ooh.
Political commentary. We love it, folks, don't we? Anyway, so I just turned to the others. I'm just like, okay, we should probably get going. Spike, you have some, well, I'd say probably a lot of experience tracking people on foot. Do you have an idea of where to start? She was near some sort of bar.
Well, if she's near some sort of bar, probably go around, ask, maybe check on any locals that may have seen her. All I need though is if you spot her, be sure to let me know right away.
Should I ask what you're going to do, or
I look at you, Varian, and I just say, I'm gonna catch a bounty.
fair enough? Oh look, Skycoach, shall we?
Yes, that sounds good to me.
You're muted.
You get into Oleg's Sky Coach and you're flying to Lower Memphis.
Correct.
So, I missed it because of Ken's many hydrates in the chat. There was a something happens. I'm gonna roll that very fast, and we'll see if that pertains to right now or later.
Oh boy.
I roll that one all the time. I'm gonna re-roll it because that's no fun.
Is it you have to piss?
Yeah, it was. You have to go to the bathroom.
Called it.
It's number 14. Like that's such a middle number that you're gonna roll more. Like I hate that. Oh, that's not. Whatever. We'll keep going. Oh, nope. That's a different number than I actually rolled. So you guys fly over to Lower Memphis, and we are going to, in our own way, expedite this. Because it is, I will, raise the curtain for you guys. It's not going to be, oh no, Austin, you son of a... So, it is not going to be...
Saved that for when your section had already ended, did you?
I like that you, he's weaponizing.
You already know, bitch.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna keep going with my train of thought, and I'll throw in the dun dun dun. Something happens. It'll come together. It might just take a little while. Cause, holy shit. So for Oleg, Varian, Spike, even to this day, what you know about Wendelin is very little. So you know that finding her, knowing how she keeps off the radar, Jacob Todd, Jesus H. Macy, is a deeply, generally will be a deeply challenging thing. Unless, and I know this, but I'm conveying it, unless you have fairly consistent scrying available, it will be nearly impossible to keep up, find her, and get right at her wherever she might be. However, with your scrying and Spike being a bounty hunter, and generally all of you guys being fairly charismatic and intelligent and being good investigators, there's a very good chance you will get clues as to where she is going, what she's doing, who she might be with, things like that. So, on that note, there's a good chance you will not find her right now. There is a chance you will find her after a few days of seeing where she's at, following up, seeing her routine, seeing where she's going, who she's speaking to, things like that. It's just it's a time thing. So for now, this session, you guys can decide individually, whoever, essentially you'll need to make some kind of investigation, intimidation, persuasion, perception, some skill check to see how successful you are and how many hours it takes for your investigating. It's up to you what skill you use, and you can also burn any kind of spell slots or whatever else you want to do to bolster yourself. Naturally, I will go ahead and say because of Spike's bounty hunting profession and history, you will naturally have advantage on this, whatever skill check you decide. But if you want to burn, I'm just, guidance or something to give yourself bonuses, or if you have an ability such as portent you want to use, things like that, you can adjust your ability check. It's sort of one ability check to encompass several hours of ability checks, if that makes sense.
Okay, and is one of us rolling this, or are we all rolling one?
I'll leave that up to you. Either one person can roll with advantage and leave all of it up to that one person's roll, or you can each make a check, but two of you have to succeed.
Okay.
It's depending on how confident you are and how many resources you want to burn.
I have a +9 to investigation, and I add a D4 whenever I roll. I will fit to a democratic vote, but that's what I'm putting on the table.
And what we'll say is if one person makes the roll, the other people will give them advantage, so that one person will roll with advantage.
I mean, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so make. You said investigation, correct?
Investigation.
So
yes.
investigation with advantage plus whatever bonuses or things you want to add to it. And Travis, if you roll a d4 for me.
Okay. Not the best rolls, I'm gonna say. Still a 19.
2 is the D4.
Awesome.
Cool.
So what to give a little behind the screen look, I dug deep and I went into some old D&D rules from 3.5 regarding the gather information skill. It's something I've been looking to try and port into 5e, and I have struggled to do so because there's so many ways to do it. One thing I did take was how the time functions when doing gather information. So by the time you guys are doing your investigating, it's about 2:30 or so. And you go to Lower Memphis, you find some of the streets and street corners and street performers you had seen her walk past so very briefly. And you go into the local bars, you go into the local shops, you ask the street performers, you ask the shopkeepers, you have to ask the couriers walking past, you ask the town criers, whoever is around, in your own ways asking, of course, with help. Did you see this kind of person? Were they doing anything? Did you see anything out of the ordinary? And looking for any kind of signs, following any of the paths you might have seen in your scrying. And I will let, since Carson made the roll, I will let you kind of dictate how you roleplay this out. But by about 5:30, after 3 hours of flying around, walking the streets, talking to people, after about 3 hours, you have not found out anything new. No one has seen Gwendolyn, no one has seen who she was with. No one has seen anything out of the ordinary.
Winds of magic.
And you could try to do it again. It will just take more time. However, I will go ahead and say, at about this point, you're as Varian doing your looking around, deducing, looking at the street corners and the shop signs, you get the message from Donovan, saying to look out for someone with a missing arm and a silver club, who your culprit might be.
Missing arms. Okay, I message back just like, great intel. This should help. Still looking for Gwendolyn.
Do you-
Will update when
I do want to add on to that intel, just like be safe or something very generic, like don't die.
You will, yeah, don't die.
Sorry, go ahead.
You, Austin.
I have 2 questions I wrote down on my notes that I completely forgot about that I'm going to do after this interaction.
But effectively, you've spent a while doing investigating, snooping around, still with no new clue or anything. But Donovan has sent you a message of someone to look out for. Do you want to continue investigating and spend more time doing this now that it's in the evening?
Ooh.
I don't know how useful it'll be to find Gwendolyn at this point, right? We could try to scry on her again. Do we know?
I can't do it today.
Okay, well, I mean, we can certainly ask more questions, but I think maybe tracking down her lover might be more useful, right?
Love Withers.
Yes.
Yes.
We can track her down.
didn't-
Also,
I didn't see a face. I'd recognize the voice if I had it.
yeah, we've seen her in person, no?
Yeah.
We've seen
Oh,
Love
was it the
Withers.
woman we saw her with?
Yes, the one from the theater. I thought might be wrong. I think we gave her some kind of shit about it last time.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, was the voice I heard Love Withers?
No.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Was it before we went to the district where all the shit went down? Another member of her order came and picked her up. Was that
It was not. No.
okay? Cool. Yeah. I didn't recognize the voice, but I mean, we don't know anything really about Wenda. What do we know about the organization she belongs to?
Nothing as far as I know. I know that I just I don't really know anything. No, I figured that maybe that her lover might know more. I don't know.
Yeah, so
Maybe.
pretty much. Yeah, I was gonna say, Love Withers and the shifter who met up with Wendell and gave you guys the information that something was going down in High Walls, named Stripe. As far as really most of you know, those are the only two people that Wendelin has shown, like, hey, I know you, and I'm familiar with you. She's fairly comfortable around most people and knows them, but these people she was like, oh, I know you.
Not to deter too much from this whole situation, but Varian, I'm going to deter from this situation. Varian, when you were
I thought you might.
talking, were you talking out loud whenever you were responding to Donovan?
No, but I probably would have like relayed what he said.
How did you know what Donovan? What do you mean, Donovan told you something?
Cast
This is important, Logan. Don't.
the sending spell. It allows you to communicate across great distances so long as you're on the same plane.
So how does someone send you a message like that? Do you have to like? How do you do it? Do you have to know them, or how does that work?
Yes. Let Carson look up the dictations of the sending spell.
And actually,
for-
let me amend something, because I realized my timing was off. You would have received the message maybe an hour or so into your street investigations.
Okay.
But so you would get that information, you keep an eye out, you continue investigating, then it's about 5:30 by the time you realize that you're kind of at a dead end with Gwendolyn.
Cool. But yeah, you must be familiar with the creature. And it must be capable of sentience on some level, at least above that of, say, an ooze. But I mean, it doesn't let you know their location or anything, and they don't have to respond to it. We tried contacting Wendelin earlier, but she did not respond.
I ask because I've been hearing a weird, I've been hearing a voice in my head once in a while, and I don't really know where it's coming from.
Huh?
It was. There's this thing talking to me, and I asked how it got my number, but it didn't seem to understand. I don't really know anything about it.
I'm not going to go through the whole process of redeeming it, but Spike, you would probably hear this as well. Hearing Oleg say, I've been hearing a voice in my head.
Yes.
I look at Oleg's arm.
What about my arm? It's. Oh, sorry. No, you didn't
I've
actually
already
say
got
anything.
a notebook out, and I'm just like scribbling down. I'm just voices. Is it a voice you recognize? It's not because you have to know the person or they'd have to know you if they cast a sending spell.
I mean, it feels familiar. Yes, it feels like a long lost best friend. I don't really know.
Ooh, okay.
Also, as a question too, the people who showed up to my house, or the people who are my family, they say they just knew, they had intuition that they were supposed to come to my place, and I don't really. Could that talking also be related? Like, what is?
They said they were new, and I
No,
just
they
kind of
they
look
said
over
they
to Spike,
knew.
like they knew, I look over to Spike with just like a look of like in my eyes. Yeah.
I just didn't know if this was magic that you could figure out, right? So like if you could just send out the message, sending everywhere, maybe like, and also like he didn't tell me, he hasn't told me how, or they haven't told me how they know me. They just, I don't know.
Okay, let's grab a coffee and talk a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we've been at it for a while. We deserve a rest. And I again look at Spike with like an urgency in my eyes, just like, what the fuck?
Give me a second. I'm gonna
And
see
I
if I
add on.
notice. I'm gonna see if I notice this real quick. Okay, I don't notice this. I rolled a 3 for insight.
I just add on. I'm just like, you know, there were a bunch of. Well, I don't want to say weird people because Oleg claims that there's family, but there were a bunch of weird people at his house. And the strangest thing about the whole situation is that Oleg was actually giving them money, and that I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen Oleg ever give someone else money unless you're like throwing it at them.
Well, no,
Oleg's giving
they-
plenty of people money. It's generally to, I don't know, an act of bribery to cover up some crime we've committed.
no,
But,
they've done.
No,
very
no,
good
that's
things
like
for me.
petty. That's like petty coin. Oleg gave away 500 gold pieces.
I took it back. All right, I took it back, and then I used it to break out our friend. But that's not the point. They broke me out of jail. It was very nice for them.
they broke you out. Are they
But not
looking
not
for
to
you?
broke me out. They paid money. They paid money to get me out of jail.
They posted bail.
Yeah, broke me out of jail.
Those aren't the same thing.
They very much are. But anyway, that's not the point. They are my family, and I just remember that I want them out of my house, and I don't know how long I've been trying to convince them to do so, but they just say no. How do you get someone clingy like that to get away from you? That's another question. I have lots of questions.
I as a person am baffled at what this interaction would look like. Like this person who is so confident in what they're saying but has no idea about what they're saying. Like I
That is
don't.
fucking insane.
It's unbelievable shit.
I just need I have lots of questions. Also, while we're on a list of questions,
Okay.
wait. Wait, yes. As well on the question, Spike, why did you have rust earlier? I have lots of questions. I have a notebook full of questions.
Oleg, you can't just ask a man why he's got rust on him. All right,
I mean, I
that's
cannot.
just rude.
I didn't realize
And second of all,
it came out of nowhere. That's all
don't
I
change the subject. We're talking about you right now, and your weird stuff that's going on.
want. I
Not
mean,
me.
Hey Spike, if you'll roll a D100 for me.
Okay. 4. That's a
4?
4. I gotta roll the 100 too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
24.
24. And Carson, if you'll roll a D20 for me.
A D20. I will indeed. That would be a 6.
Pretty sweet. You guys are standing there arguing. You're probably sitting at some kind of like outdoor seating at some exterior restaurant in Lower Memphis.
Yeah, I heard them over with promises of like biscotti or something to a little cafe.
Promises of biscotti. That
That
sounds
sounds
like a
delicious.
weird like indie album.
Done. I'm gonna make a ska album.
Yeah.
The ska
Fucking people
album.
do.
Promises of biscotti. So the three of you are sitting there talking. It gets somewhat heated for after a few moments, but calms back down. You're sitting at some outdoor seating, talking to each other, eating biscotti. You see that sitting over at a nearby table is a very large person. And when Oleg and Spike start talking, you glance over, and it's not just a large person, it is an ogre who is wearing a vest and hunched over this small table and chair, eating some kind of like shish kebab or skewer or something. And you happen to glance up and you see him, and you just kind of clock him for a second. You look back down, and you hear a and he turns and spits something toward your table. And Spike, you feel a against your back. And Varian, you see that this ogre has spit some kind of bone or something out over his shoulder, and it hits Spike, and he turns back and keeps tearing at his skewer.
I just kind of like.
Xavier, could you say it louder for people in the back?
I will hellish rebuke that.
All right, what kind of save was that?
Oh my god!
It's a dexterity saving throw.
This man.
I was not prepared to.
You instantly killed a civilian.
I thought this was.
Remember earlier how it was like, I want to make sure that we communicate so I can get here for 5 turns into the combat. This moment. I'm the real divination wizard.
I'm sorry, someone stepped on
foresaw
you. Are you
this.
not gonna set them on fire? Like, I don't know. This is the natural response.
Thank you for this. Something happens. Xavier, that is a total of a 6.
Okay, cool. He fell.
Bro, this is like a 5th level hellish.
I was gonna say you're high level. This is not to be bad. Because you're a warlock. You might kill him.
Yo, fuck this ogre, but also, bro. Oh god.
Spike should not apologize for art.
Oh no, this is art. I didn't expect it.
I didn't know what did.
I never expected
Oh
it.
no,
I didn't
no
think
Spike.
it this far.
I'm not surprised. This man deserves it.
36 points of
Is he knocked unconscious?
Hold on, let me
It's magical fire damage. I don't think you can knock somebody unconscious with that.
There's no non-lethal magical damage, my
No,
guy.
There's no way that can
I'm
be
gonna.
called non-lethal.
I'll do a thing, just experimenting. We'll see.
You just point a finger too. It's not like it like comes out of you.
Yeah, it just poof. You're on fire now, motherfucker. Oh god.
Manners, bitch.
Mind your manners.
Range 60 feet, motherfucker.
This ogre bellows and screams and starts rip. I did not see the inspire, but that's okay. He probably wouldn't have rolled high enough anyway. And screams and bellows. Now I'll ask Xavier this: do you want to hide your casting of this, or just like, and then own up to it? You want to own it or not?
Sure, I'll hide it.
You'll hide it. Make a stealth check, because he starts looking around like, where the fuck did that come from?
Oh, heck yeah. All right. That's a dirty Tony.
30, 20.
Dirty Tony.
Dirty Tony.
There's
That's
literally,
what that's my other group calls it.
dirty Tony. There's
It's
literally
time for Tony the thick rat to make his
Tony
move.
the
Xavier
thick
just
rat.
rolled
There's
a dude.
literally no way for him to roll that. Even with I have like 3 points of inspiration that I haven't used.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it right now.
Or ever.
He screams and bellows, looks around. Oleg Varian, he looks at you two. I need both of you to make either some persuasion or deception or some kind of charisma check to essentially be like, what me?
No.
Okay, sure. Do I even
Oh,
give a fuck?
boy.
No, I don't truly give a fuck.
If you don't give a fuck, then that's fine too.
I guess I don't know. Like I don't know anything about this. I probably didn't see him do that either. So
No.
That's a 19. Just
He's just on fire to you guys.
persuasion. Oh wait, that's a 20 to persuasion.
Persuasion. That's gonna be a tight 4 for me.
You see him as he's screaming and wreathed in flame. He's looking around at people, and then he locks eyes with Varian, who has, for no reason other than just his normal innate anxiety, has a look of guilt on his face, and he sees Varian. And then immediately frisbees the table at him that he's sitting at.
Holy shit!
Hell.
Gets roasted and gets a table thrown. at
So,
in
Varian,
the
if you want
same
to
breath.
cast anything as like reaction, if it's a reaction spell or use a reaction, you can. But
I was probably
shield.
shield.
Yeah, I was about to say shield. So, what does that bring your AC to?
Oh, let's see. 16.
No way.
I'm
I'm
fully
thinking
prepared to use my point of inspiration.
Wow.
As Varian is like
On
waving
me?
his hands no, he accidentally signs like a fire spell or something.
Uh, I got a 17.
crit on me.
I got a 17.
Damn it!
At least it's not a crit.
Damn it!
Yeah, fuck you for having anxiety, you
So
idiot.
that's 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Cool. So I just like see this coming. I throw up shield. It like isn't quite fast enough, and just
Whip, you
fucking
fall,
body into
hit
me.
the ground. Varian's hit with the fucking table out on this outdoor patio. And
of
this
course,
ogre
Oleg-
stands up and he says, "You mage have the audacity to throw fire at me." And you guys, it doesn't matter. If, whoever wants to do stuff, you can. We're not.
I will
really-
literally just intimidate him with my shotgun and be like, I'll pull out my shotgun and be like, look, you spit on my friend. I don't know what you expected. I don't know who did this to you, but I don't want to clean your blood up off the ground.
Make an intimidation check.
Oh man.
A
That's
voice
s-
rings in the distance. Bardic inspiration.
That's,
I use sending and cast bardic inspiration.
that's an 11.
You'll know what's
I
happening.
don't know why, but I think you might need this.
My point. Yep. He's charred, covered in ash and burn scars at this point. But you see that he's a bit full of himself. And he scoffs. And just keeps stepping forward toward your table. Spike, Varian, do you want to do
Okay.
anything?
I'm going to take out my sunblade and make it radiate a huge light, and I'm basically flashbanging this guy, and then just looking at the boys and saying, "Let's go."
So you both see Spike pull out this radiant sword.
This fucking artifact that we definitely stole.
And I'll say, we could kill him, but alright.
Varian, do you want to do anything after you've been whacked with the table?
I'm looking over my spells.
And
This
Spike,
guy looks.
Spike,
Guy looks like he's still coming at me.
Yes, he absolutely is coming. Well, it depends. Spike, go ahead and make a charisma check of your choice. Probably intimidation.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
You are a warlock. I always forget that you're like.
Yeah, my charisma. I have a +8 charisma. It's nasty. It's a 22.
Oh man. I was really excited because I rolled a natural 19 for a total of a 17.
You have a +8
Oh.
charisma?
Yeah.
Well, +8
What?
to deception. Or intimidation.
Okay.
Or intimidation.
Okay. I was like,
Sorry, yeah, intimidation. Intimidation is +8.
what?
So you pull
I'm
out
a
this
bounty hunter, guys.
massive radiant blade, This ogre stops. His fists are all curled up, ready to punch. And so, Varian, as you're kind of climbing up to your feet, he says, "Oh, I was gonna like fist fight, like bar fight. That's cool. I spit at you. Sorry, my bad."
That's
Okay. And then I, as I have the sword, just like wielding it, I say, "You leave town, or I will gut you like the pig you are."
I can't. Really, I have family here.
Okay, so I make this one of the things that the sunblade can do. It can emit a super bright light. So as he keeps talking, instead of walking away, I make it just gradually gets lighter. It just gets brighter and brighter.
Can I have like an extra few days to get my affairs in order? I mean, I own an apartment here. Okay, just please.
look. Just don't spit on anybody anymore. Yes, Spike.
Yeah, that was an accident.
don't-
I didn't even.
And don't throw tables at people. And I pick up the table, or I push the table back, cast mending on it a little bit to like heal any of the.
Yeah, my bad. I thought you had lit me up because I was an ogre. I'm not that bad. That happens a lot.
I don't even know you. Why the fuck would I light you on fire?
You didn't light me on. And he turns around to the other people, like random people sitting on this patio, and you're like, "Who the fuck set me on fire?"
Listen, buddy, you got to the
fuck
count of
out of
3 to
here.
get out.
What's wrong? Get the fuck out of here.
I
1.
Imagining little Varian saying, "Get the fuck out of here."
And as I'm pushing him, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on him, and just like push. I'm gonna push him out of the place.
Man, Oleg experiencing some empathy.
Shut up.
Yeah, you
I don't know if that's not
Shut up.
empathy.
So you cast Cure Wounds, you usher him out. He makes his leave, kind of mumbling to himself, like, "What the fuck is it? I come here for lunch every. What the? Hey. God.
Logan,
Yes.
after doing all of that,
Uh-huh.
is there a piece of rust on me?
The one of your hands that is gripped around the sun blade, once you start to kind of switch it over to your other hand, the sort of palm and interior fingers of your hand are rusted.
I put the blade away quickly, hiding it so no one knows. And I just I take my bandana and just wrap it over my hand.
Does either one of us notice this?
I guess Spike, make a stealth check, and if either want to make a perception or I guess passive perception for people who have super high passive.
It's only 14.
23 passive perception.
And 15 normal perception.
So both of you see Spike as he passes the sunblade over to one hand. He holds up his, he looks at his hand. The entire interior of it is rusted. And as he's sheathing, he turns away and you watch him untie his bandana, quickly put it around his hand and put it away.
Got something want to tell us, Spike?
None. I just
Thank.
who spits on a guy, right?
Take my ass
That's
back
just
there.
stupid.
And I cast Mage Hand and pull down the or just touch your bandana and kind of try to pull at it a little bit with the Mage Hand.
Whoa. I cast Mage Hand and stop your Mage Hand.
I cast Mage Hand to stop your Mage Hand. Stop his Mage Hand.
Counter mage hand.
Counter mage hand.
I want a counter mage hand. Your counter mage hand. That counter mage hand is a mage hand.
What
All
you
of us
didn't know is
standing
that I
like
knew that you knew that I knew that you knew.
all of us standing 5 feet apart with the spectral hands, like slapping.
Look, Spike, let's not pretend. The two of us know that you have rust on your hand.
Well, let's not pretend the two of us know that something's weird going on with your family.
I mean, we all knew that. I was the one who brought it up.
Okay.
Look, there's a
Doesn't change it.
lot of weird stuff happening right now, and we're gonna get to all of it.
Okay,
Now,
let's talk.
wait a minute, Variant. How'd you get out of jail?
I'm
He's rich.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's
Yeah,
kind of how it
sure.
works.
Sorry, I forgot that.
You know,
I forgot
saying
you
it
were
out
rich,
loud,
it's
I
okay.
don't love it. I'll be honest, but that's how it works.
Actually,
Mhm.
question: do we know, out of game, do we know anything about your invitation at all? I don't remember if you told us about your if
I don't think Varian would have shared that.
okay, cool. I didn't remember if you told anything. Okay, cool. Going back to all right. So let's. I do want to walk through our 2 different problems, or 3, or 4, or whatever how many we have. But let's tackle your rust thing real quick.
How long has this been happening? Look, if you tell
Since
us,
the play.
we can help you.
Since the play.
Since the play.
Yeah. We first met when.
What happens at the play to make you start rusting?
Did you?
You know how the play was about the war?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, as a war forged, didn't really seem to sit too well. And start to rust up. And you know, that's not entirely the whole truth though. Oh, like remember when I had you fix up my arm, turn into this cool gun arm thing?
Yes.
Well, my arm talks to me. I don't know if it's the same as how the voices talk to you, but it's not just me sharing this body anymore.
I've
And
read about magical items with intelligences, but never a body part like this. I suppose it's possible.
Do you want me to separate it from your body?
no,
I can give you a new arm.
I don't. No, I don't want you to separate it. I just need to figure out what's going on with it. Maybe get it to stop. But every now and then I lose myself a little bit, and well, that's when you see the rust.
So is it good, or is it pushing you to do? Like, is it telling you to do anything?
No. I lie. Or what is it?
No, I lie. I guess if anyone, I guess Oleg or Varian, would you be like probing, like trying to find information from Oleg, or would you just kind of like take him at his word? And
I'm kind of treating this as an investigation. I gotta be honest. This is my friend, but I'm also like, whenever we start going into this, I like twitch into investigative mode, trying to find out as much as I can.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I'm thinking about this like variant, this sounds like a cursed object.
fair. All right, so yeah, Spike, go and make a deception check. Oleg Mary, and make an insight check.
Out of 17.
Ooh. I'm scared.
I
Oh,
use one of my skills, Flash of Genius, to make that a 19.
Cool. 26.
Oh. Remind me to never lie to you guys.
Right?
That's the thing about playing with high wisdom characters. If it ever comes to PvP, insight versus deception, it's probably not gonna work out in your favor.
Yeah,
I don't
so
have high wisdom. I just
that Flash
get
of
lucky.
Genius did it. So, Varian Oleg, whether you let him know or push forward or not, you can both kind of tell that Mike's holding back and is not. He's lying to you.
So which of those is the falsehood? Is it that he's not telling you to do things, or is it the fact that he's not a good being, or they're not a good being?
Whoa, hey now. All right, listen. Don't gotta. Damn. All right, well. It's not so much that he's telling me what to do, but it's more of like we had an incident. His name is Romulus. Say hi, Romulus. I don't think you can hear him. I hold
Can
it
I-
out.
Can we hear him?
You can't hear him, but Spike, he does speak to you and say, "Come on, man, don't tell him everything. Like we need to figure out what's going on. Like why am I like this? Why we got to figure this out together. And if you tell them everything, they might get skeptical. I can't have that.
Well,
Tear us
listen,
apart.
Romulus, we're all going through some weird stuff, all right? And I mean, hell, they're the ones that Oleg's the one that put you on my arm, so maybe we can figure it out.
Yes, I trust you. Careful.
All right, it's fine. I tell you guys, when I was being interrogated, we had an incident where Romulus kind of took control. Complete control. And I had to fight him back for a second there. So, that's the gist. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. He just seems a little, confused. I mean, he doesn't know why he's on my arm, and I don't know why my arm's talking to me. It's a situation that we're both kind of in, but we're just trying to figure it out.
So what did he do whenever he took control?
Well, the cops, they were trying to get me to talk, and I wasn't talking, and he took control and started trying to blab, but I stopped him before he said anything, risky.
Okay. Would you like to know? Would you like to know more about your arm? There are ways to find why. And won't give you the answers you're looking for, but it might be something.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I want to know more.
Let's find another cafe. We didn't just probably.
We got the one right next
Yeah,
door.
the next door cafe.
We could probably.
It's chock full of cafes. Gentrification. I don't know what to tell you.
But wait a minute. Now, my thing I got now. Oleg. You're hearing voices. I'm hearing voices. When did you start hearing these voices?
Ooh, Oleg,
Yes.
make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Intelligence saving throw. Okay. I'm going to flash of genius this
Oh,
so that I get a 30.
what the fuck?
I rolled an 18. I get an 8 to my intelligence saving throw, and then I just decided to toss in another 4.
He knows all.
Just to see how if it works or not.
There's. It feels like. So imagine with me here for a moment. It's like, 7:30 in the morning. You're kind of just waking up. You're covered in just sleep, both mentally and also physically. Your eyes kind of heavy, your body's heavy. And you're trying to will yourself to get up, or you're like, God damn, I'm so tired. And then you hear a knock on your door, and it's just that jolt of energy. You break through that sleep, and you're like, oh shit, something, like, I gotta get up now. It feels like it's that kind of energy. You're sitting there, and when Spike asks that, you're like, oh, I've heard this voice for my entire, and then you just have this surge of, no, I can pinpoint the exact moment. And you recall that the moment you started reaching out and trying to listen to other people's thoughts and hearing other people and meta using your earworm, tapping into this Delkir magic that has saturated you, you started being spoken to by this voice.
It was whenever I decided to start. It was whenever we were at the play, I believe. Maybe I don't remember the exact first time I did it, but whenever I tried to listen to one of their voices at the front row.
Same time as Spike, then.
Yep. I used I don't know, I had this spell that I had I didn't invent like my other spells. I just knew this spell. My other spells I kind of craft myself, but this one I knew. I don't know how, but yeah. Whenever I started with, I heard thoughts from this person, and after that I started hearing voices, or a voice, not multiple voices, a voice.
Does this sound like anything Varian would have read about?
Without even having to roll, yes. I mean, as Carson, you can kind of use your own imagination of like sorcerers who have innate magic,
Yeah,
warlocks who make pacts, cursed items, things like that. And there's at least from what Oleg has provided, and for the extent of it, Oleg has spoken the truth. So you don't think Oleg's, trying to mislead or hide any information. And so there's not really a whole lot to go on to really make any deductions beyond like, well, I mean, some people just have innate magic and, stuff like that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Do I remember the first time I was able to use this ability, or is this just the first time that I used the ability, period? Like, do I know when the spell was able to be used, or was it just in that moment I was like, I can read their thoughts?
So this God, I want to tell Travis all about what's going on, but I can't. This time, just make a general intelligence check. It can't be investigation if you're proficient.
I am, so I will.
This is kind of based on memory and diving into your own memories.
Okay. So I rolled a 15. I'm trying to determine if I want to.
Yeah, how many? You can use it a certain number of times.
4. This would have been the last time if I did this. Oh boy, indeed. I'm gonna not use Flash of Genius this time. 15.
15. You're not sure if it's something you could always do, but whenever you did do it for the first time, it wasn't a strain or it didn't feel out of the ordinary. It sort of was just like a, man, I wish I could read their thoughts. Oh, I'm going to. And then you just do it. And so it was the first time, but it also didn't feel like it was out of the ordinary.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it was, yeah, I definitely used it during the play. I've been hearing voices since, but or voice since.
And Variance just is like running through all these possibilities in his mind with kind of this emblem of just like, what the fuck happened during this play?
This goddamn play!
Yeah, I love the
It's a
idea.
big deal.
Like, perhaps a less intelligent or wise character would just like fixate on that. There's something about this play. Like,
You know, they say art speaks to people differently. The
Yeah.
the author of this play must have written in some kind of subliminal messages.
yeah, it's just
Listen,
you know,
you
like-
watch Hamilton one time, it changes everything.
It's everything. It's all done.
I don't think I it's not quite the same as Xavier in that he doesn't. I'm sorry, it's not quite the same as Spike.
Just fucking-
Sorry,
Yeah, it's not quite
Yeah,
the same as
Oh,
Spike.
that ogre. His name was Xavier.
Yeah.
No, the brain worm is pushing it so the meta is beginning to seep in.
Yeah, the earworm gives Travis access to what we talk about in real life.
That'd be sick.
God.
The Delkier are the DMs.
So, like, I did actually hear something online, or I've been reading a lot about online about like you always want to detect thoughts as your own like ability, but the instant anybody else has it, you're like, nah, fuck off.
Dude,
That's-
fuck you.
that's-
No. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, look, I don't think it's the same as Spike because it doesn't sound like it's inside of my body. Whenever we first talked, he was saying it. He can't wait to meet me, or like, it was kind of like I was a test subject.
Has his entity given you a name?
No. Wait, did it?
Ooh, Travis, make a
Let me see if I wrote in my notes anywhere that it's.
It was mentioned. Oh, geez, I have to go back like 3 session notes. You weren't necessarily given a name, but your friend Badger.
Yeah, Badger. I know Badger.
You remember that he had a present for you a while back, and you recall that he was delivering a gift on behalf of the Overmind.
The Overmind. Let me write that in my notes.
Yeah, you probably should. Just a thought.
Just a thought.
Just a thought.
My buddy.
Megamind.
My buddy Badger, who runs a shop that I stopped by the other day. He said he gave me a gift from the Overmind, which is I think the person who.
Ooh,
It's-
okay.
Don't. Why do you say it's like that?
Now, Oleg. This is pretty much the first time you. And no saving throw needed. As you are saying this out loud, it's sort of like when you're in therapy and you start talking about what's been troubling you and you're like, oh shit, that's been bothering me. And so you start talking about the Overmind out loud, and you start to realize like, oh, that's what I like. Oh, and you start realizing exactly what you've heard and experienced. So I need you and Varian, and probably not Spike, unfortunately, just because backgrounds and things like that. If Oleg and Varian want to make either an Arcana or History check of your choice.
Okay.
I can do either one. It really is the exact same number.
Ooh, boy. Okay. Let's see. I will make an Arcana check.
Yeah.
Then I'll make a history check. Why not?
24.
23.
And you both kind of realize, as Oleg's speaking this, you're kind of looking at each other, and you start talking, and you can... Oleg, you start realizing, like, oh... And you see it in Oleg's eyes of him realizing and going, oh, the Overmind is one of many names, or one of the Delkir overlords or entities, one of the, effectively the a Delkir god. Yeah, Travis, you need to start taking some fucking notes, man. This is about to... I'm about to unload on you.
Oh no, I do take notes when it's about me. I just missed the Overmind.
No,
part,
you're
apparently.
fine. It was only super important.
Can we pause? Can we pause for a moment? That Travis is like, oh, I take notes when it's about me.
He had an entire scene devoted to himself.
Fuck you, Travis. Fuck
Both of you with your high intelligence checks. The Delkir as an entity. Delkir are a sort of species of aberrant, monstrous creatures. Everything from doppelgangers to Dolgots to beholders to mind flayers. They are a species of alien creatures that came here from God's knows where and have infiltrated and plagued Eberron for as long as anyone can remember. The Overmind is one of the many aliases for the Delkir Lord? So the Delkir are a race, but there are a number of specific Delkir that have served as sort of gods, demigods, entities. Some people, depending on who you might be, might even view them as angels or avatars. Just, it's all up to interpretation. The Overmind, specifically, is one of the many aliases of the Delkir named Dern, the Corruptor, who is a known Delkir of manipulating the minds, the creator of mind flayers, and the creator of doppelgangers, the creators of things that attack, manipulate, control the mind. Which is one of the many reasons why Dern is one of the most, not necessarily unheard of, but one of the least known of the Delkir because of that ability to manipulate minds. And so Oleg, as you start saying, like, yeah, I got, my friend Badger gave me a gift from the Overmind, it starts to almost flood you and make you sick and hurt. Oleg, this might be the last time. Make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, I'm gonna use my last flash of genius to give myself a dirty Tony.
A dirty Tony. With a... Travis? I could kiss you on the mouth if it weren't a pandemic. With a DC 20. It has always been a DC 20. It has, ever since the first one, it's been a DC 20. So, you, it still takes its toll as your brain and body feels like it's rending in two, and both Spike and Varian, you witness this. You watch Oleg's, he almost involuntarily drops his head, starts breathing heavy, It's like he's about to be sick at this cafe table out on its porch. Oleg, on a success, suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay. All right.
So
okay.
disadvantage on ability checks until
Yeah.
you take a long rest. However, after a few moments, you both kind of watch him, and he kind of recovers. Varian, you know about Dern. When he says the Overmind, you're like, oh yeah, that's that Dalekier, like, horror that I've heard about. And you see Oleg having this very adverse reaction to hearing and talking about this.
Hey, Oleg, are you alright?
I think so. Overmind is, yeah.
You know what it is. I saw it in your eyes.
Yes.
But you didn't. No, you just realized.
Yes. Yep.
And
Yeah.
Oleg, the more you start realizing, the more you start seeing all of those people that came and let you out of jail and bailed you out, broke you out of jail, as you would say. Those aren't your employees, those aren't your family members, those are people who were commanded to give up their hard-earned gold to get you out of jail. Similarly, those people were commanded to stay at your manor, keep it functioning, and to protect and serve for you. And, you know, you were the lord of the manor, so to speak. You were commanded to. You don't know them. They're fucking straight. You've never known a badger before. And then it starts again, that sickening feeling. You simultaneously, you know Badger and his family, all of his kids, his wife, but you know you've never met him besides that one moment in his shop when he gave you this gem. And at that moment, you reach up, you touch your forehead. That gem has not always been there. You vividly recall it burrowing itself into your forehead very forcefully after you accepted it. And so you have, it's, again, for that level of exhaustion, it's a sickening feeling of remembering both of these things, of it's always been there and you just got it. You've always known these people, you've never met these people, all at once, and it is to the point where you're just lightheaded and sick to your stomach.
I wrote in my notes a gift from the Overmind. I just didn't see it in
There
my
you
notes.
go. Yep. But now
Yay.
you have spoken about it out loud, and it has changed. There you go. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. I'll say, well, I now have means to kick them out of my house, I suppose.
All of that, and that is still your primary.
That's still the takeaway. That's the takeaway.
That's it right there.
Now I have rightful cause.
These are, yeah. So obviously, it's pretty obvious to everybody else, I guess, but maybe not. But these people are not my family, and I want them out of my fucking house.
And
but
at that, you both, Spike, Varian, you had, in the time that you were broken out of jail, popped by Oleg's place and picked up your stuff. Spike, you noticed something was a little off, noticing all these strange people. But then when Oleg says, like, oh, they're not my family, they're not supposed to be there, it really hits you, and Varian, it hits you as well in these waves of, like, fuck, those were strangers. Like, they were not there, they were not supposed to be there, like. And then it sort of hits you both as well in this wave of just, fuck. Now, I gotta do my dun 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 thing.
That wasn't the dun dun dun.
It was not. Now, before we fully wrap up, Donovan Cornelius, you both, you finish up your doobly-doo at the morgue. You make your delicate leave, leaving nothing like out of place. Everything is as it was. Takes a few extra minutes to make sure everything was right. And you make your way out, I assume, still, after you sent, Varian responded. Do you continue over to the Dragon's Eye pub in Dragon Heights?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Now, to expedite that, we're going to do a similar gather information. So if either one of you wants to do this at advantage, or both of you want to make your own check, you may. Make some kind of check regarding inquiring around the pub. Whether that's investigation.
Investigation.
Yeah, investigation. If you want to make some kind of intimidation to bully some information out of people.
Persuasion.
Do we want to meta this?
Yeah, feel free to.
Persuasion modifier.
Give me the persuasion check. I
'Cause
crave it.
Mine is a 12 for persuasion.
Mine is also a 12, but the thing is, the least mine can be is a 12
Okay.
or 13. I think it's a 13 actually.
Okay.
All right, so Donovan, you're rolling. Just one of you.
Give it to me.
Okay, so Donovan,
let
go
you
ahead and
down.
roll a persuasion
work
check
together.
with advantage. Cornelius, roll a d4 for me.
Oh,
I don't have good luck with rolling d4s because d4s suck.
Oh,
but,
too
you know,
bad.
how's a 30?
That's fine.
I
Man.
rolled a 4. As I just talked shit about d4s.
Amazing.
How's a 30, my guy?
Even with a 30, because this is what's about to be some real butts
Oh, no.
about this roll. It's because Austin rolled a 4.
Oh no.
You guys, by the time you made it to the morgue and you did your thing, and by the time you make it over to the Dragon Eyes and start doing your investigating, Donovan, you and Cornelius have been lurking around the Dragon's Eye pub. And what makes this portion of your investigation difficult is that the Dragon's Eye pub is a lot of changelings who work and visit there. So you look at the a waiter, a very handsome-looking human gentleman. You turn away and speak to one another, and you look back, and now he is a shifter woman with a mustache, and you're like, wait, hold on, what? And you glance back and look at Donovan, like, make sure, like, wait, that guy was. And then you look back, and now it's a dwarven woman with braids dragging across the floor, and it's just. It's difficult, and even then you start communicating with people. You start talking to the bartenders, the waitresses, trying to get some information. But because of being in Lower Tavix, because of the changelings, and because also there are several clubs and bars in the Dragon Eyes district that cater to the Tyrants Guild and several other criminal organizations and things like that, people are not very willing to disclose information in general, and then we start asking specifics, it takes a little bit of work. Spike, Varian, and Oleg, after your few hours of investigating are dried up and you can't find any information about Wendelin, you're sitting there, you're talking about Oleg, the voices Oleg's have heard, the Overmind, this voices Spike has heard. I imagine Spike's feeling a little relieved now that the spotlight isn't directly on him. And so you're listening to Oleg and Varian talk about this Overmind and voices in their head and people in their house. And you feel a thrum of energy around you. And you kind of take a second. You feel it again. And you feel that it's coming from inside of one of your pockets. And you kind of feel around. And the sending stone that Iago de Galanda gave you is thrumming with energy. Because he's trying to send you a message.
I'll play it.
That's for Spike.
Oh, Spike. Sorry. Yes.
He was the one that ended up getting it from.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll play it. I'll answer the call.
At this point, it's about 6:30. And at this point in Lower Memphis, this is prime dinner before showtime. So there are so many people wandering the streets, looking at street performers, grabbing some food, preparing to go whatever performances that evening. So you kind of have to yield yourself away to really listen to whatever he's messaging you. And you hear Iago's voice coming in loud and clear, and he says, "Hey, Spike! It's your buddy Iago. Listen, an out-of-town scion is visiting. Gavanna's her name. She said someone's been, following her. Yeah, help us out." And that's the end of the message, and you can respond to it.
I tell the guys. I tell Logan Varian, I'm like, Iago just called up and said that there's some scion that says they're being trailed.
Yeah, and when he says that, for the two dragon-marked individuals, a House Galanda dragon-marked individual is visiting, and they believe they're being followed.
Well, that's kind of an MOH, yes? Or
Mark of
H?
hospitality, House
Yeah,
Galanda.
we should definitely deal with that. Yeah, we should definitely help that out.
All right. I messaged Iago. Tell us where to meet you. We'll be on our way.
Due to Ascending Stone, he cannot respond, but the three of you would know. He is a bartender and one of the proprietors of Galanda Hall. One of the first places you all stayed in your first investigation. So you know where probably to find him, or at least to where to begin to find him. However, do you want to contact Cornelius and Donovan, who are a few wards away?
Yeah, I think we should, yeah.
In
Yeah.
what way? How are you going to?
Doesn't Varian have sending in some way?
Yeah,
Or
I
no?
do.
So you're going to cast Sending?
Yeah, okay, sending.
What's your message?
Donovan, just received a message from member of House Galanda. Think they're being trailed. Meet us there.
Meet us there. So,
Do you have
Donovan,
more words? Wait, do you have more words? Sorry.
Was that 15? Or was that 20?
I was not
I
counting.
think that was
I do not know.
15. Yeah. That was
Okay.
15. Meet us there, and then I'll
should-
tell the location.
Should you ask about the schmuck that they need to pick up from, like, aren't we supposed to have some kind of fucking trail or some bullshit? From the
Citadel?
from the Citadel, like we were supposed to contact the Citadel
and
at some
so
point.
Donovan, this is all happening in sort of moments. Donovan, you are out brushing elbows, using your silver tongue to try and get some information. Cornelius, you start watching the clock after a little while, and it's getting close to the end of the day, which was your deadline to either say you were or not working with the King's Citadel. However, at that moment, Donovan, you start getting Varian's message saying that House Galanda has message saying XYZ. And so you two can communicate, of course, with telepathic link. And so, in a moment, I guess, Donovan, knowing that you need to go inform the King's Citadel that whether you are not working with them, you as the silver-tongued speaker talking to all these people, you know that you maybe have maybe an hour. Like, not you get it. Like, maybe an hour. The dinner crowd's coming in. There's about to be a bunch of people coming in. The performances are about to start. You know you can get it, but you need a little bit more time. That, and also Varian saying that House Galanda has messaged and they need help. So I guess Donovan and Cornelius, mostly Donovan because the message went to you, what do you say to Very?
I'll just say, we're on our way. We're gonna send a message to the King's Citadel to let them know what we're doing, but we're on our way.
On your way. Okay, you send a message to King's Citadel?
Yeah, I'll look at Cornelius and I go, we gotta tell them if we're in or we're out, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And I guess we're in, because we don't really have much of a choice.
I would say
I
I
agree with
don't
anyway.
recall. I remember you had mentioned, like, you had the conversation. I don't recall exactly what your discussion was. So if you guys want to rehash,
Overall,
I think we said we're in, because
Yeah,
there
'cause
wasn't
it
much
was-
of a choice.
it was either we're in because it seems like it might be helpful, or we're in because it doesn't sound like they're giving us a better option.
Yeah.
So
okay. So Donovan, you send to King Citadel
Yeah, I'll
to Dark Lantern.
unless Cornelius can.
I can.
Mr.
I just-
Warlock.
I that's the thing is like meta. I don't want to be like, I know you don't have a lot of spell slots, but also
I-
you're the one they talk to.
I can. Do I want to? Not really. But I
I'll
can.
contact them. I'll contact
I'll
them on
do
your
it.
behalf.
That's fine.
I
That's
mean,
totally fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank God.
What's her name? Not Yusa. It's
You said we'll say
Yusid.
you.
I'll be like, hello, Dark Lantern Yusid. It is me, Donovan Damon. But not with sending, because that's like almost all my words.
Yes. No. Yeah. Well.
I'll just say we're in.
Okay.
We are going to investigate. The what is it? It was hospitality, right?
That Mark of Hospitality, Galanda Hall.
We are going to Galanda Hall.
She
Send help if you want.
she says
End message.
as one of my finest agents, Killian. He'll be there. ASAP. And so the two of you, unfortunately having to ditch your efforts with gathering information at the Dragon's Eye pub, bolt across the city. You managed to grab a sky coach with, eerily enough, that same...
Well, I told him to wait.
Oh yeah,
So-
well he would have had to wait there for hours at the club.
Yeah.
But he's...
I'll go ahead and toss him like another like 4 gold
You
pieces.
said
be
you give
like,
him 4
Thanks
gold.
for waiting.
He's still there. He's always there. He bolts across the city with you guys on board. Spike, Oleg, Very, and you start bolting over to Galanda Hall. And Killian, you grab up your gear. You board up one of the King's Citadel sky coaches and zoom across the city. And the 6 of you group up outside Galanda Hall at roughly 7 p.m. or so. You quickly meet and greet. Killian introduces himself. I guess, Alan, how would you introduce yourself? After he sat here for most of the session, not doing much.
I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
sorry,
I've been so invested just gambling in the
No,
chat.
you're fine.
Yeah.
What's
How
going
would-
on?
No, you're fine. How would Killian introduce himself when he meets the investigators? At this point, you're an agent of the King's Citadel. It is all above board. You do have the paperwork that needs to be signed. However, they seem to be in a rush, so maybe later. But that's up to you.
So they're fine with an agent. I don't have to like.
Yep. At least for now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you see a silhouette of a fish. No.
I am.
Cut it
no.
out.
I would fire that person so quickly.
Oleg pulls out his musket.
Yeah.
You're. Bye.
Yeah.
I wanna. You guys know Mr. Deeds? That movie with Adam Sandler.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, you know, like the butler. Every time he shows up, it's just like as if he popped out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
Oh.
do that.
So you 5 are sitting there outside Galanda Hall, Donovan, Cornelius, you both know you're like, we have to wait on this agent to get here. His name's Killian, whatever. And you're both like, all right, we gotta wait on him. Everyone's sitting there getting irritable, and all of a sudden, out of the shadows, this 3-foot tall owl in a cloak pops out.
I say, eh.
Ah,
I've got one of those like, double wall insulated mugs with like, some tea in it.
Beaming. Yep.
Oh my god, you remind me of a character or something I read. Okay, anyway, I'll share that with you in a little bit.
Some Bergenstocks, we don't know.
They keep it real cash over at the King Citadel? Or is it Casual Friday?
This is really reminding me about Bobby.
Yeah, he's wearing khakis.
Bobby needs a win.
So Killian,
Hi!
what would you say when you introduce yourself? What's your other than
I don't know. I'm the money.
no way.
Cash money, y'all.
Does anybody know where that's from?
I'm the money? No, not even really.
That's from Casino Royale. When,
Although,
never mind. Okay, never mind.
You're losing this. We're stuck.
I'll just say I'm your liaison, and I put my hand out upwards.
Yep. So this 3-foot tall owl greets you, introduces themselves.
I'll look to everyone and be like, is anybody gonna shake his hand? I'll wait, and if no one does it, I'll shake his hand. But also, I feel like I'm not the best representative of this group because I only joined like 2 days ago. So I will wait until someone else does it. Unless no one does it, then I will do it.
Wait,
it's
we're
just,
not
it's
all
a,
meeting him,
yeah,
are
it's
we?
just the two of you.
Yeah,
It's just you
Well,
two.
you all are outside because you all met at Galanda Hall.
Oh,
so you're
so we're all here.
there, but only Donovan and Cornelius were really knowing who to look out for. So it's up to you guys.
Okay,
Well, he
the
does say
person-
he's the liaison, right?
Yeah.
Well,
the
if he says
person who thinks they're being followed is inside right now, right?
Apparently.
Okay.
and I'll say, wait, so you start working for it? Do you like have your hand out, or what did you say you're doing?
I drink in one, hand up in the other.
Like hand as in like high, or like what does hand
To
up
shake.
mean? Oh, to shake. Yeah.
Travis
I'll-
is looking for a reason to shoot you.
Yeah, that's what I was like. What the fuck? Come on.
And the leg will walk
Who's
up. And,
reaching?
Oleg
Do a
will walk up.
perception
And,
check to find kneecaps.
I'll like walk up and shake your hand a little bit too firmly.
Yeah, it shakes me a little bit.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So
And
you all
it says,
kinda-
Oleg,
I want-
right?
Yes, I didn't introduce my name, but that's very weird. But sure, yes, my name is Oleg. Nice to meet you, person who knows my name already.
Killian Vesper.
Killian Vesper. Cool. I don't know if I really care. Thanks. Bye.
But you already knew that. Right?
All right, fancy cop. Try not to get in our way, all right?
Okay, chill.
Chill, fancy reporter
Yeah, what
who just got here 2 days ago. What are you,
I
What are you
look at
talking
Spike
about?
and I go, thank you for noticing.
Some drunk guy at 6:30 in the evening walks past, hears that, and goes, "Dude, he just got you, man." That was good. Spike, this drunk guy goes to high five you.
Killian goes, so you must be Donovan.
We just-
Yeah, this drunk guy is just like slowly staggering, leaning towards Spike until like he starts doing that thing.
I like telekinesis, invisible mage hand, high five, and I'm like, go away.
Get out of here! What are you doing? Get!
Wait a minute. Why is this reminding me so much of the time that we met Donovan, where he knew everything about us? It's very creepy.
Sounds like someone trying to copy my shtick.
That is true. Can we just move on? I really don't care about you until you leave us or I kill you. And same thing with you, Donovan. But let's get going.
Okay,
I look at Killian and I go, it's just how he is.
Yeah, there's this
You're gonna get
weird
used to
like
it.
bond between Donovan and Killian of like, yeah.
I understand. It'd be like that.
So
I just take a long sip.
Okay.
Let's get to work, shall we?
Okay.
Let's get to sleep, shall we?
It's murders.
Nope.
Should probably get on that.
Yup. So in the evening, it's about 7 o'clock. You make your way into Galanda Hall to find Iago and Gavanna. And once you guys sort of like probably on the flight over, you probably start saying Gavanna de Galanda. It sort of reminds you of Lonnie de Madani, which is both good and bad. But you go to find Iago and Gavanna de Galanda, and that's where we'll stop for this week. As we get into ooh baby, see what's happening.
That was a good session.
Investigations cut short. Some good backstory. I can't believe Oleg's really made that save so quickly. You really fought for that
can.
this time.
He's an intelligence-based character.
Well,
I am. Yes,
he
I
just
should
rolled
have.
like boo, and then finally he was like, "I'm gonna use it."
No, the
all."
thing is, he didn't actually roll like Boo Boo. He just didn't know how high the DC was, so he could have used Flash of Genius to succeed this entire time.
But
he just didn't know it was that
that's
high.
the whole point of it, though. I gotta make him wait. Like, and then finally started learning, like, oh, it has to be higher than that. Okay, all right.
That's
Oh,
true.
Man,
No,
Made
I,
him work for it.
that's what makes it
and
good.
plus, I trust Varian and Spike a good bit, so no matter what.
God, and I have had my own flash of genius as far as this next arc stuff
Well.
goes. So I am very, very excited.
I just loved how Spike, but more specifically Oleg, was talking about the cadence of somebody describing something from their childhood that they think is innocuous, but everybody else is just like,
That's super fucked up.
yeah.
You guys never heard of the poop knife?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's 100% it.
Yeah.
Go look up that Reddit thread about. the
That's
poop
one of my
knife, guys.
Rachel and I
Do it.
still reference the poop knife.
I don't know what you're talking about. Last
Also,
I just look up.
It's
I will-
pretty self-explanatory.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
I just want to say I know that the whole spitting thing may have seemed like a little bit of an overreaction, but Xavier personally takes being spitted on, someone spitting on you is the
Disgusting.
ultimate insult.
Oh,
to me,
no.
And I was like,
I was like, I as soon as you did that, I was like, honestly, understandable.
I was like, to me, I'm just like, you know what? If I could hellish rebuke someone in real life, I would. I'd do it.
That
You know, I
moment.
would-
Well, okay, spit and like snot is the most disgusting thing.
Ugh,
If someone
I hate
like
it.
wiped a tissue on me or spat on me in real life, hands immediately.
Oh,
I'm not very
Wait,
strong,
right,
but
yeah.
that's immediate hands.
I don't know if there'd be hands. I'm not that kind of man, but I would definitely
that
look at
kind
him
of
some kind of
man.
way.
It'd be
I-
hands on sight.
You just gotta lick him back.
Lick them back, he says.
In this
Ugh.
economy, no thanks.
I'd probably just be like, nah.
I haven't
Although-
had my vaccine yet.
Yeah,
This
that's
is why I
true.
just keep knives on me.
So, you spit
don't
on me,
think
I'll
on me.
stab you.
Damn you.
Cut you.
That's not the case.
Incredible.
I'm gonna
See,
go.
most
ahead.
people most people just think I'm fucking crazy and I'm gonna kill somebody. So like that usually does the deterrent for
Nah,
me.
if someone
So-
spits on me, that is a please don't do that, good sir or
The-
ma'am. I will go ahead and call the police on you if you try again.
That's a please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
I only have 5 words for you, buddy, and they are, please be nice to me.
Fucking A, dude.
And also, I would like to point out one of my one of the coolest things about this session, this session that we just did, was like one, Spike, hellish rebuking wrecked that, but the multiple times that Varian was like, "What's wrong with you? Get out of here!" Like,
Yeah.
You're very confident.
I love that.
Varian is growing as a person.
Like, the
That was,
amount-
that was a good session all around.
The amount of times I want to do that, like when my neighbors are getting drunk and blasting music outside or yelling or something, I just want to poke my head out the door and be like, "Get out of here! What's wrong with you?
Grow up, you idiots!
Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn!"
Have social awareness, you fucks.
I'm just like, Varian's probably like a weird place emotionally right now. And he's just like, get out of here! What are you doing?
My first thought, whenever you're like, "Get out of here! What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, Varian's getting big in his britches after standing up to his dad."
Yeah.
My first thought is Oleg and Spike are opening up, and Varian's still in his shell. He's still hiding
Well,
things from the group.
I fucking stood up to my dad. That marvelously worked out, and then later in the day, I just get fucking hit with a table out of nowhere, like a WWE match.
Well, when you put it like
Get
that,
out of here!
what's wrong with you?
That's my favorite.
Yeah,
That's my
I
favorite
was
response
having-
to anything. Just like, get out of here!
Yeah, I was just having some biscotti, and then fucking Randy Savage came up behind me and just went, "Wow, steel chair."
RKO out of nowhere.
I would just like to take this moment to say, completely unrelated to everything we just talked about, we did it, chat. I hit 1 million Electrum. We did it. That's
Yay.
technically what? 500,000 gold, but sure.
Worthless, nonetheless.
Yeah.
That was a good session. We all achieved things.
Bobby
we learned
needs a
some
win. And can I be honest with you guys and audience? Effectively, there were 3 deeply important skill checks that would determine what you found out. And ultimately, you guys only succeeded on one of them. But
Oh,
you
no.
still had so much fun. Because it was sort
You only succeeded on one.
well, in my notes, according to my notes, you only succeeded on 3 things that I had outlined. One was getting into the morgue. Boom, done.
easy.
The
Oh my
second one was tracking Gwendolyn. Unsuccessful. The other one was getting information at the Dragon's Eye pub, which was unsuccessful. Those were the only 3 things that I had put expectations for. Everything
Fuck you,
else
Austin, for rolling a 4.
everything else was out the like up to you guys.
Why did the D4 matter? Wait, what? Did you roll like a 30 on your
No,
persuasion?
that's the
Yeah,
thing.
I did.
Donovan rolled well enough, so you would have found the information. It just took too long to find the information. So that's why I had described it as Donovan knew if he waited there for an extra hour, he could get what he needed. But you
alright.
guys were called
The
elsewhere.
one time I roll well is the time I'm not supposed to roll
Yep.
well.
You cucked me, Austin.
There
you
were-
cucked me.
There were a
I
couple
picked
times that
myself.
I put some
Wait,
rolls on
that's
you
not
guys where I would just have you guys roll something. Like, I think I had Travis roll the D4 for the other group, how long it took. I had Xavier roll the random encounter that happened in place of it, which led to Randy Savage, Ogre, throwing the table. Yeah.
I was,
Yo, it's
so
okay.
wait, so
We
there
got
was a
time.
chance we could have. Wait, was there an actual chance we could have found Gwendolyn?
No.
Okay.
There was a chance. Here's how it would have worked, and I will. Yes, the dun dun dun. There's another murder happening, and at this point, and I will go ahead and I'm going to reveal my hand in a few different ways. If you guys had rolled well enough for tracking Gwendolyn, I would have let you ask one question regarding her movements. Where did she come from? Where was she talking about going to? Who was?
Where did she
Where
go?
did she come from? Where did she go?
Where did she come from?
Cotton-
Cotton Eye Joe.
Who was she with? Was she acting weird? What was she wearing? Things like that. I would have answered one of those questions. But because her and her organization are like literally unknown for being so unknown, it was going to be obscenely difficult to even get a chance at finding her. So you would have gotten clues to as her movements, but not finding her. As for revealing my hand for later, depending on how this next little bit, like this evening goes with you going to Galanda Hall and meeting Iago, it will pretty much determine how long the rest of the campaign lasts.
No pressure or anything.
No.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to have to come at this with as much Holmesian deductive detective work as you can.
Yeah, what we've all got to factor into this is Logan really loves Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna
it's
download
okay.
all the
Playing
Holmes
an entire
games, replay
Sherlock
them real
Holmes.
quick.
go play Disco
It's
Elysium,
okay.
go play Holmes games. Yeah. And there's going to be all sorts of shit thrown in there, like even down to the smallest, like they have calluses on these fingers, they have dirt on this part of their body, they have these kinds of shoes, like all of that kind of shit.
They have a big bloody sword.
Yep.
No,
This
see,
person is
Internet
wearing a
hits of a
sign that says,
monologue.
I killed them.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, I've been reading Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Holmes in my downtime, so I'm one step ahead of you.
Sure you are.
this is all
I just-
inspired by Harriet.
Ask
the Spy.
Maurice LeBlanc.
That's
I'm
a
ahead
great
of
question.
you.
That is a great question, Ken Flanell 110, and I will gladly answer that. I think we decided to potentially do a thing. This campaign is a great blend of Call of Duty style roleplay investigation. That was honestly my intent of it. As I've said before, I like making D&D do things that it normally doesn't do. And so this is one of those ways of using weird spells, weird subclasses, weird abilities that most people don't get to use because you're playing a normal dungeon crawling kind of campaign. So that's the whole point. So we're going to see how you guys do next week with a very by the book investigation. I'm very excited. No pressure, Alan, for being the babysitter of these fucks.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, should you be touching the evidence like that? Oh, God.
The fact that it is Alan that is the babysitter of us.
That was, oh God, I'm trying not, I gotta say some shit, but that was one of the, like, Alan and I had a very, like, a good talk about Gwendolyn, his new character, all kinds of stuff, and one of the things he was like, what if I played someone who's, like, with, the FBI people? And I had said, like, Alan, I would love to see you play a lawful character. That's it. That's the end of that. And
Is this your first lawful character?
Yes.
pretty much, yeah. So
Yeah,
it'll be
all
very-
my other characters
Alan.
have been either chaotic or neutral.
And it would be totally different if you guys had said, like, no, we don't want your help, and Alan came in as an undercover agent, because then he could bend the rules, do what he needs to do to succeed. Whereas now, you know him as an agent of the law, which means he has to uphold what his standards to the best of his... I am very eager to see how Alan does this.
I'm very eager to see how long you survive.
For real, though. I feel like the moment Alan's like, hey, you guys need to stop Oleg.
Goodbye legs, yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna play
At
the
least I can
kneecap.
fly. I can still move around. So.
Blown off legs, still
Listen,
flying.
all we gotta do, we just gotta distract them real quick, and then we'll do all of our illegal stuff,
I know.
right? We're like, we'll throw something, be like, "Oh, look over there," and then we'll like shoot a guy.
Hey,
Jeez,
Killian,
man.
I found a pool of blood over here. It looks like the killers. What?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'll
be
just
honest,
play
you
the
might-
NPC, like, oh, it must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
That Oleg over there cleaning cordite off his hands.
You might legitimately see Oleg being the most lawful he's been in a while.
Yeah, I think me and literally everyone who has ever seen Oleg do anything was deeply surprised by you being like, here, get out of here, cure wounds, and then walk like that? What?
He's really worried. He's really worried about like what I think Donovan or somebody else said that was saying like you can't just kill somebody.
That
I
imp,
think-
he's worried? That imp?
He's
Oleg is
worried about the Kundrak name being sullied by his image. Yeah.
Now, if you guys here watching at home really like that kind of deep cut about our characters, you should subscribe to my Patreon and get access to the Sharn Nights After Dark series, where
Wait.
That's
I
crazy.
I pull in some of these clowns to talk about their characters and their experiences with D&D. The most recent one, we actually talked with Xavier and Travis, who are deeply busy people like me, and it was a rough time trying to find a
Fuck the
weekday.
rest of us. we're so lazy, not doing shit.
Sure. And I think after this, I'm going to be meeting down with a few of the meeting down. Did I just say the phrase meeting down? I don't
Yes,
think
you
that's
did.
a thing.
That's what the
Yo,
kids say
guys, we're
nowadays.
meeting down.
It sounds like a thing, but I feel like it's
It's
not.
not. It does not feel like a thing.
It feels like a thing. I mean, I'd meet down with Xavier any day of the week. I don't know about
Okay,
you
I'm
guys.
going to
True.
bed.
Yeah,
Thank
Travis
you.
is going to
Uh,
bed. I will be doing a thing. You check out my Patreon for more Sharn Nights After Dark stuff. We'll be talking about stuff at night.
At
Yeah,
night.
we're getting our meat down tonight.
We're getting our meet down
Meet
tonight,
down.
and then
Word up.
Actually, it's fucking March. Everyone,
That's crazy.
that means
Yeah.
next week is going to be the next episode of Shadows over Driftchapel, which I'm very pumped for. We'll see how that unfolds, and next week also we're going to see what is in store with these guys, Iago de Galanda and Gavanna de Galanda.
And also, next week is the year anniversary of when we saw you in Illinois.
Oh, it is.
True.
Oh, man.
yeah.
And this time next year, I will likely not be in Illinois, which is a very weird. The future's weird. Time is weird. Life is weird.
Time is abstract.
Anyway, Travis needs to go to sleep. Xavier needs to go to sleep. So, everyone, have a lovely night. Okay, see, the reason I called you Ken was because you used the Ken name tag in AV because you didn't want people knowing your first name. That's why I do that. Anyway, that's such a weird deep cut. Next week we will be right here at the same Sharn time, same Sharn place. Hit it, Jacob.
Sharn, 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 Sharn. The crazy nights in Sharn, Sharn.
Oh,
That's
wow.
gonna be like that's the hint.
That
for the
had
real
an
thing.
extra lyric in it. Oh, everybody's
Yeah.
adding it. Is this a round now? Keep going. We're still live.
No.
Keep going.
Shine, 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 shine.
Wow. All right.
Yikes.